Good morning. The 14B District Court is now in session. My name is MIWashington, and I'm the judge that will be presiding over this session. The court will call the matter of Thomas Leatherwood, 24S00085.
Good morning, AP Original Deputy for the People.
And good morning, Your Honor. Dan Garrett on behalf of Thomas Leatherwood. Thomas, can you identify yourself?
Thomas Leatherwood. Good morning, Judge.
Good morning, everyone. All right, we're here for an adjourned pretrial in this matter.
Yes, Ron, can we approach? I did just get an update, the one that you were waiting for this case.
Thank you. Yes, you may. And probation. All right, we are back on the record in the case of the state of Michigan versus Thomas Leatherwood, case number 24S00085. You don't need to replace your appearances on the record. It is my understanding that I have gotten an update on the injuries that were sustained during this particular incident. And I've spoken to counsel regarding the fact that at this point in time, I'm willing to do a COPS agreement to no upfront jail in this case with probation. And that, of course, also I explained that I would take in consideration if the family members come in and say something that is the opposite at the time of the sentencing. Is there anything additional that we need to discuss regarding this matter today, or are we ready to proceed?
Nothing known to the people.
Your Honor, thank you very much. Mr. Leatherwood, with that, Cobb's indication is ready to proceed and will be pleading, seeking to plead no contest due to potential civil liability. We've provided, Your Honor, the police reports, and he's also previously sent in an advice of rights that's in front of him right now.
Thank you. All right. In this particular case, Mr. Leatherwood, you are charged with a moving violation causing serious impairment of a bodily function. That is a misdemeanor carrying a maximum penalty of up to 93 days and or $500 fine plus court costs. Do you understand the charge, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
And it's my understanding you're going to be pleading no contest to that charge. And the basis for the plea is
Potential civil liability, Your Honor.
no objection, Ms. McDuffie.
No objection.
All right. Mr. Leatherwood, I understand that you have the advice of rights form in front of you. Could you please raise your right hand to be sworn?
Yes.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may lower your hand. I'm going to go over some rights that you have that you're going to be giving up by entering into this plea. Please stop me if you have any questions or if you feel like you need to speak with your attorney again. Okay? I didn't hear you, sir. Is that okay?
Yes, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. You have the right to have a trial by a jury, at which time you can call witnesses to speak for you and get an order signed by this court to require those witnesses come to court. You have the right to see, hear, and question any and all witnesses that are called against you, and you have the right to be a witness for yourself, or you could choose to remain silent. If you did choose to remain silent, the prosecutor could not comment on that. In addition to that, you have the right to be presumed innocent unless proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Do you understand those rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand you're going to be giving up each and every one of those rights, sir, and you're not going to be having a trial of any sort?
Yes, Your Honor.
You also understand that there's no automatic right to appeal this decision. The decision you're making today, in all likelihood, is going to stick with you.
Yes, Your Honor.
And in addition to that, do you understand that you have if you were on probation, parole, or bond on May 8th, 2022, when this happened, which I understand that you weren't, but I do have to ask, that you could be in violation of that probation, parole, or bond. Were you on any of those?
No, Your Honor.
And in addition to that, sir, if you're not a U.S. citizen, you could have immigration consequences. Are you a citizen?
Yes, Your Honor, I am a citizen.
Okay. And to the charge of moving violation causing serious impairment of a body function, how do you plead?
No contest, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Anyone promise you anything to get you to plead no contest other than what we place on the record?
No, Your Honor.
Anyone threaten you in any way, shape, or form?
No, Your Honor.
All right. I'm in receipt of case report number 220034971 with a data report and incident of May 8th, 2022 at Hitchingham Road and Merritt Road here in Ypsilanti Township, authored by Officer, or I should say, forgot what his new title is.
Detective, I think.
What'd you say it is?
Detective.
Detective Brian Webb. Do the counsel stipulate to my use of this report as to determine the factual basis for the plea?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
The people be so stipulate as well, and the crash summary, beginning on the bottom of page 12 and on to that next paragraph, should have it all tied up there.
Thank you. All right. At approximately 9:33 p.m. on the date that I mentioned, a red 2022 Ford Explorer driven by Mr. Leatherwood was exceeding the speed limit by 20 miles per hour at 75 miles per hour in an unposted 55 mile per hour zone while he was traveling on Hitchingham Road north of Merritt Road. The traffic light turned yellow. He applied his brakes but was unable to stop. He went through the signal light, striking the white 2008 Honda driven by Santos, um, who at that time would have had the green light. He failed to yield to the yellow/red signal for the southbound Hitchingham traffic. Um, a child at the time suffered life-altering injuries and was transported to U of M Motts Hospital. I believe that my understanding is that the serious injuries are still ongoing and he's still seeking treatment at this time, even from 2022. Is that correct? And do the parties stipulate to that?
Everything is correct, Your Honor, yes.
Also agree and stipulated, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Sentencing in this case, does July 11th work with your calendar, Mr. Guerin?
That works perfectly, Your Honor. Thank you.
July 11th, 2024 at 10 a.m. So you need to make and keep an appointment with the probation department to have a pre-sentence interview done. And do you have the phone?
We do, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, please call them tomorrow after 9:00 a.m., okay?
Will do.
Bond is continued.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
You're welcome. State of Michigan versus Ellen. I think that's how you pronounce it. Right now, our case number 21S00497.
Section Executive for the People.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alexander Hermanowski with and on behalf of Elin Reidenauer.
Of
Your Honor, may we approach for a moment with prosecution?
course.
And I think probation as well, even though I don't know where we're going to end up today.
Maybe think All right, we're back on the record in the case of the state of Michigan versus Elin Reitnauer. Ms. Reitnauer, can you state your name for me again, please?
Elin, you're muted.
Hi, I'm Elin Reitnauer.
Thank you so much. All right, Mr. Hermanowski.
Yeah, Your Honor, thank you for the brief bench conference. Ms. Reidenauer and I have had a breakdown in the attorney-client relationship. At this time, she's going to be requesting a new attorney, so I'm moving to withdraw from the case.
Ms. McDuffie.
Rachel,
Thank you, Your Honor. I don't have any objections to Mr. Hermanowski's motion. I see some difficulties with potentially being able to move ahead with any attorney, given our current posture, but I will leave it to the court to take any necessary action as related to that if there's a need to after this next counsel is appointed.
Thank you. Ms. Reitnauer?
Yes,
You're
ma'am.
free to hire whatever attorney you want to hire if you want to hire counsel. As
Okay,
far
I
as
want to take this to trial.
ma'am, I did not stop talking. Do not interrupt me. Okay?
Pardon me. I'm sorry.
As I was saying, the next attorney that I'm going to appoint to you, that attorney will be your attorney. If you want to hire counsel, you can do that. But other than that, as far as appointed attorney is concerned, you will be keeping the next attorney. If there are any further issues, then there will be consequences for that. Do you understand?
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Hermanowski is allowed to withdraw, and you will be referred back to the appointing authority for appointment of a new attorney.
I understand.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Ms. McDuffie, and good luck to you, Elin.
Thank you.
I'll see you back here on July 24th, 2020, July 11th, 2024 at 9 a.m. for a pretrial, ma'am.
Okay.
Bond is continued.
Elin, you can.
Okay.
State of Michigan versus Kevin Allgood, 22S00659.
Rachel McDuffie for the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Christopher Shemke, appearing on behalf of my client. It's time to accept the matter being heard via Zoom.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Shimke. Mr. Allgood, please unmute. State your name, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor. I'm Kevin Scott Allgood.
Thank you so much. All
Your
right.
Honor,
Go ahead.
I was able to get appointed on this case and had an interview with my client, reviewed discovery. At this time, I would respectfully request if there's a potential plea offer from the prosecution.
Mr. Shimke, do you mean that in terms of literally right now, as in you want to pass the case? Or are you seeking an adjournment so we can talk further offline? Because there's a lot of background here with the case we should probably talk about.
Yes, Judge. In that circumstance, Judge, I would respectfully request a one-time adjournment. I will reach out to Ms. McDuffie, and I'm confident we'll find a resolution to this matter.
It's June 27th.
It does, Your Honor.
June 27th, 2024 at 9 a.m. Bond is continued.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. We'll see you there.
Goodbye, Your Honor.
It's all good. Have a good day, sir. All right. Good morning, Jacqueline.
Yes, ma'am.
Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm you will translate from English to Spanish and Spanish to English to the best of your ability?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You can place your credentials on the record.
Jacqueline to 11086 Spanish.
Thank you. Mr. Amadeo is on 2 screens. I don't know how he accomplished that, but that's interesting. The court will call the case of the state of Michigan versus Diego Deacon, case number 22S00555.
Estado de Michigan contra Diego DeCamp 22S00555.
Prosecutor Rachel McDuffie for the people.
Rachel McDuffie a nombre del pueblo.
Good morning, Your Honor. William Amadeo, P76194 for Diego DeCon. We both appear via Zoom and waive our right to be present in person.
Buenos días, Su Señoría. Diego Amadeo P7619746 a nombre del señor DeCamp. Ambos estamos compareciendo a través de Zoom y renunciamos el derecho a aparecer en persona.
Thank you, Mr. Deacon. Could you please state your name for the record? And you look very nice, sir.
Gracias, señor DeCamp. Por favor, diga su nombre para el récord. Se mira usted muy bien el día de hoy, señor.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Diego DeCamp y estoy aquí.
Good
Gracias,
morning.
señoría.
My name is Diego DeCamp. I am here. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, we're here for a pretrial today.
Es una audiencia previa a juicio el día de hoy.
Yes, Your Honor. And Prosecutor McDuffie, please correct me if I'm wrong, but the people were gracious enough to offer a careless driving in this matter.
Sí, su señoría. Y la señorita McDuffie me puede corregir si yo estoy equivocado. El pueblo está ofreciendo aminorar el caso a conducción imprudente en este caso.
That is correct.
Correcto.
My client will take responsibility and also will do whatever testing Prosecutor McDuffie and this court prefers.
Mi cliente acepta la responsabilidad y se someterá a las pruebas que prefiera la corte y la fiscal McDuffie.
Thank you. One moment.
Gracias. Un momento.
Is there any testing you're requiring, Ms. McDuffie?
¿Está solicitando algún tipo de prueba, señorita McDuffie?
No, Your Honor.
No, su señoría.
Thank you. So, Mr. Deacon, it is my understanding that you're going to admit responsibility to a careless driving here in Ypsilanti Township.
Señor DeCamp, según entiendo, usted asume la responsabilidad de conducir de manera imprudente en el municipio de Ypsilanti. ¿Es eso correcto?
Sí, su señoría.
Yes, Your Honor.
That is from an April 9th, 2022 event at the vicinity of Washington Ave and Gulfside Road.
Esto ocurrió el 9 de abril de 2022 entre Washington Avenida y Gulfside Road.
Sí, su señoría.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. The fine in that case is $200, sir. Can you pay that today?
Gracias. La multa para su caso será de $200. ¿Puede usted pagarlos el día de hoy, señor?
Sí, su señoría.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. I think the first time you can pay will be tomorrow morning. So pay then, okay?
Gracias. A partir de mañana en la mañana usted puede pagar, entonces hágalo entonces.
Sí, su señoría.
Yes,
Count-
Your Honor.
Count 1 is dismissed.
El caso 1 se encuentra desestimado.
I think we're all set. Have a good day, everybody.
Creo
Thank
que
you,
es
Your
todo
Honor.
por el
Thank you,
día de hoy.
Prosecutor
Buen
McDuffie.
día para todos.
Have a good day.
Gracias,
Buen
señoría.
día. Thank you, Your Honor.
Bye-bye.
Is that all for me as well, ma'am?
Yes, it is. Thank you. Ms.
Yes,
Scott.
ma'am. Thank you. Bye.
State of Michigan versus Jason Reeves, 24S00047.
Rachel McDuffie for the people.
Assistant Public Defender Allison Mueller here on behalf of Jason Reeves. Mr. Reeves, can you state your name for the record, please?
Mr. Jason Reeves, you have to unmute, sir. Thank you.
My apologies, Your Honor. I'm Jason Scott Harold Reeves, Your Honor.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
All right, we're here for a pretrial today.
Yes, Your Honor. We did adjourn this matter last time for Mr. Reeves to consider the offer and figure out how it might affect his other probation. Mr. Reeves is prepared today to move forward with the plea agreement, which I believe we had in place was to dismiss the open intox charge. That's correct, Ms. McDuffie. And we also had a sentencing agreement in place to no upfront jail if the court is willing to follow that.
That is correct. Mr. Reeves is currently on probation out of the Third Circuit Court. And so I didn't make any sorts of agreements. I'll leave that up to the court. But dismissal of the open intox count would be the offer here and no upfront jail.
All right, to put it clearly, he's going to plead to counts 1 and 2, and count 3 would be dismissed. Is that correct?
Correct.
Sir, count 1 in this case is operating with a blood alcohol content of 0.17 or more. That is a misdemeanor carrying a maximum penalty of up to 180 days or $700 fine plus court costs. Count 2 is operating while your license is suspended, revoked, or denied. That is also a misdemeanor carrying up to 93 days and or $500 fine plus court costs. Additionally, there are license sanctions for both of these matters, for which I'm hopeful that the defense attorney has explained to you. Ms. Mueller has explained all that to you, correct?
Yes, ma'am, Your Honor.
All right. Is that what you want to do, sir?
Yes, ma'am, Your Honor.
Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may lower your hand. All right, sir. I'm going to go over some rights that you have that you're going to be giving up by entering into this plea. Please stop me if you have any questions or if you feel like you need to speak with your attorney again, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
You have the right to have a trial by a jury, at which time you can call witnesses to speak for you, get an order signed by this court to require that they come to court. You have the right to see, hear, and question any and all witnesses that are called against you. And you have the right to be a witness for yourself, or you could choose to remain silent. If you chose to remain silent, the prosecutor could not comment on that. In addition to that, you have the right to be presumed innocent unless proven guilty by a reasonable doubt. Do you understand those rights, sir?
Yes, ma'am, Your Honor.
You understand you're going to be giving up each and every one of those rights, and you're not going to be having a trial of any sort?
Yes, ma'am, Your Honor.
You also understand that there's no automatic right to appeal this decision. So in all likelihood, by making this decision today, it's the decision that's going to stick with you.
Yes, ma'am, Your Honor.
And sir, if you were on probation, parole, or bond on December the 24th of 2023, when this occurred, you could be in violation of that. You've told me that you are, and you understand that, correct?
Yes, ma'am, Your Honor.
All right. And you've had adequate opportunity to talk to your probation agent or whoever you need to talk to about that?
Yes, ma'am, Your Honor.
Thank you. And then finally, sir, if you're not a U.S. citizen, you could have immigration consequences. Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, ma'am, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. To the charges of operating with a high blood alcohol content of 0.17 or more and driving while license suspended, revoked, or denied, how do you plead?
I'm guilty, Your Honor.
Anyone promise you anything other than what we place on this record to get you to plead guilty today, sir?
No, ma'am, Your Honor.
Anyone threaten you in any way, shape, or form?
No, ma'am, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right, we're going to turn to the date of offense itself. On December the 24th of 2023, were you operating a motor vehicle at the vicinity of I-94 and Harris Road here in Ypsilanti Township?
Yes, ma'am, Your Honor.
And at the time, were you under the influence of alcohol, sir?
It was resumed, so yes, ma'am, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Yes, ma'am, I believe so. As the evidence was found.
Okay. At the time, were your license revoked, suspended, or denied?
At that time, I was not aware of that, but apparently, yes, ma'am, Your Honor, it was revoked.
I see. And Ms. McDuffie, as far as the blood alcohol content, can you tell me what that level was, please?
Yes, Your Honor, I have a blood result of 0.220.
Your Honor, defense stipulates to that.
Thank you. I find that there's a factual basis for both pleas. Are you satisfied, Ms. McDuffie?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense is satisfied as well.
All right. Sentencing in this case will be on July 11th, 2024 at 10 o'clock a.m. Sir, I'm going to give you the phone number for the probation department. Do you have a pen to write it down? Everybody else on the phone, on the call right now should write it down too as well. So everyone on the call at this time should be writing down this phone number, because when I get to you, I'll ask you if you wrote it down and you should be able to say yes. And I can see you all, including you, Mr. Dabrowski.
Oh, my apologies, Your Honor. I do not have an ink pen handy at this moment.
Your Honor, I can text the number as well to Mr. Reeves
Okay.
once you say
I'm
it
gonna
to everyone
give
as
it
well.
the phone number 734-483-7336. Please call that number tomorrow after 9 o'clock a.m. to schedule an opportunity to have an alcohol assessment done. Okay? It is
Yes, ma'am, Your
important
Honor.
to do that now because the process takes some time to get done. So you need to do that phone call tomorrow so they can give you the time. There's snail mail paperwork that has to come back and forth between you and the assessor. So it takes some time to get done. It is a condition of your bond to get it done. Okay?
Yes, ma'am, Your Honor.
Thank you. We'll see you on July 11th at 10 o'clock a.m. Count 3 is dismissed.
Yes, ma'am, Your Honor. Have a good day.
Good day, sir. Thank you
Thank
for
you.
being so respectful. I really appreciate that.
Oh, no problem, Your Honor. Thank you.
Good one.
You too, ma'am.
State of Michigan versus Tyrell Henderson, case number 24S00045.
Rachel McDuffie for the people.
Assistant Public Defender Sandra White on behalf of Tyrell Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Henderson. Please unmute your device and state your name, sir.
Tyrell Henderson, Your Honor.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Henderson.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right, we're here for a pretrial today.
Yes, Your Honor. In this matter, there was an offer. I believe there's 2 counts of animal cruelty. There was an offer to plead to 1 count and dismiss the other. Ms. McDuffie is shaking her head, so I think I got that right. And Mr. Henderson wishes to set this for a final settlement conference.
All right. Mr. Henderson, is my understanding you're rejecting the prosecutor's offer in this particular case. Her policy is once it's rejected, it does not get returned once you set it for a final settlement conference. You understand that policy, correct?
Yes, ma'am, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Final settlement conference in this case will be on July 25th, 2024 at 11 a.m. Jury selection will be August 9th, 2024 at 8:30 a.m. Bond will continue. He has a PR on this, so he is not getting any credit.
Mr. Henderson, Your Honor, if we can get a small bond. I'm sorry? I can't hear you.
I am not changing the bond.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. State of Michigan versus Adrian Rodriguez, case number 24S4343596.
Rachel McDuffie for the people.
Assistant Public Defender Sandra White on behalf of Adrian Rodriguez.
Mr. Adrian Rodriguez, please unmute your device, sir, and state your name.
Hello,
Hello, Mr. Rodriguez. Please state your name.
Adrian Rodriguez, Your Honor.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right, we're here on an invalid license at this particular time, and his license still says not licensed.
Yes, Your
Yes,
Honor.
Your Honor.
We probably can come to a resolution in this matter, but I need to talk with Ms. McDuffie, and Mr. Rodriguez needs to talk with an immigration attorney.
Is he unable to get licensed?
I believe that's what he has told me. Is that correct, Mr. Rodriguez? You most likely cannot get licensed?
No, I could get a license. I just work a lot and I don't have time. That's all.
Not sure what that means. We
That
we
to get a license, or this situation is not going to work out well for him. So, sir, you're not just going to plead guilty to this and keep driving without a license. You need to get a license.
I understand, Your Honor. It just, I work painting.
Sir,
Yes,
to get a license.
yes, Your Honor.
This carries up to 93 days in jail. Get a license or do some jail time.
Get a license, Your Honor.
All right. So when are you going to get that done by?
I'm gonna try to look for the day that I don't, you know, I own my own.
Sir, when are you
Yes.
going to get that done by? This is not a
As
debate.
soon as possible, Your Honor. As soon as possible.
I'm going to bring him back here on August 8th. You should have your license by then. August 8th at 9 a.m.
All right,
Okay.
Your Honor.
Thank you. State of Michigan versus Clinton Desser, case number 24S00124.
Rachel McDuffie for the people.
Assistant Public Defender Sandra White on behalf of Clinton Desire. I apologize. He told me last night.
It's pronounced Desire.
Desire.
Yeah.
All right, we're here for pretrial today.
Yes, Your Honor. We received discovery in this matter this morning, so I will be asking for an adjournment.
Does June 27th work?
Yes, that should be fine.
Pretrial is adjourned to June 27th, 2024 at 9 a.m. Bond is continued. Sir, have a good day. Mr.
Thanks.
Sir, how do you pronounce it again?
Desire.
I'm sorry?
Desire.
Desire. All right, thank you.
Yes,
Let me
ma'am.
like that. Desire. All right, thank you. Have a good day, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
State of Michigan versus Najee Shafi, case number 23 FB 2436.
Rachel McDuffie for the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Lawrence Margolis on behalf of Najee Shafi, who is here. Mr. Shafi, please unmute and state your name for the court.
Hi, my name is Najee Shafi.
Good morning, everyone. Today's the day and time scheduled for sentencing in this matter. Have you had a chance to go over the report with your client?
I have, Your Honor, and we have no additions or corrections or suggested modifications to it.
Are you sure about that?
The report itself, as in the investigative
I got you. Yes. Okay. Thank you. Ms.
Your Honor, I was debating about saying some of the things I wanted to say on the record. Maybe we should approach just at least briefly.
All right, we'll do. I'm going to place Mr. Shafi into a breakout room with his attorney. I'm passing that matter. State of Michigan versus Tracy Hoskins, case number 19 FB 1673.
Correction, Deputy for the people.
Hoskins is Mr. White, I believe.
Mr. White?
Attorney Walter White isn't here.
Oh, Mr. Walter White, are you present? All right, I'm passing that matter. State of Michigan versus Demarius Roberts, case number 23 FB 1476.
Correction, Deputy for the people.
Oh, sorry, Judge. Kyle Woodell on behalf of Mr. Roberts, filling in for Attorney Edward Drukas.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Burdell.
Good morning, Judge.
I see the delay hasn't changed.
No, Judge. No. Well, that was operator failure. I misheard what Ms. McDuffie said.
I'm just messing
That's
with
on me.
the first time appearing in front of me on the other side. So
It is, Judge. It
all
is.
right.
My new digs.
Yes, I see.
It's good to be back, Judge.
Thank you. Good to see you. Demarius Roberts, would you please unmute your device and state your name?
Demarius Roberts.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Roberts.
Good morning, Your Honor.
We're here for sentencing in this matter.
Yes, Judge. That's correct. So looking over the PSI, the recommendation is for credit for time served. We are asking that the court follow that. No additions, corrections, or deletions of this.
Thank you, Ms. McDuffie.
Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further from the people in this case.
Anything you want to say, Mr. Roberts?
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you. It is the sentence of this court that you serve 93 days in the Washington County Jail. Credit for the 93 days served. You must pay the $75 victims' rights fee and the $50 state minimum fee, sir, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You're all set, sir.
Thank you. Have a good one.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Judge. Have a good day.
You too. State of Michigan versus Samuel Dabrowski, case number 21S00190.
Rachel McDuffie for the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Davi Leva on behalf of Mr. Dabrowski. Mr. Dabrowski, could you state your name, sir?
Samuel Joseph Dobrowolski.
Hello, Mr. Dabrowski.
Hi, Your Honor.
We're here for a pretrial today.
That is correct, Your Honor. I'd like to request an adjournment in order to discuss this matter some more with Mr. Dabrowski.
No objection to that at all. Happy to hear it, actually. I just want to confirm the last time we were here, Mr. Dobrowski was advised of his rights and pursuant to his desire to represent himself. Has that changed? And Mr. Lebo, are you actually representing him versus serving as standby counsel?
My understanding at this time, Mr. Dabrowski would like to be represented by counsel. Is that correct, Mr. Dabrowski?
Yes, I would.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Excellent. Thank you.
I can either do June 27th or July 11th. Those are the options.
Your Honor, I'd prefer July 11th.
July 11th, 2024 at 9 a.m., Mr. Dabrowski. Your bond is continued. I will see you then, okay, sir?
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day. State of Michigan versus Tracy Hoskins, 19 FB 1673.
Good morning, Your Honor, for the counsel.
Rachel McDuffie for the people.
I'm just too fast for you. For the record, Your Honor, Walter White on behalf of Ms. Hoskins, who should be signed in, or is signed in.
She is definitely signed in. Good morning, Mr. White. I haven't seen you in a while.
I'm in seclusion up north.
Ms. Hoskins, could you unmute your device and state your name for us, please?
You said what now?
Can you please state your name?
Tracy Hoskins.
Thank you. All right, we're here for sentencing today.
Yes.
Have you
Your Honor,
report with your client and corrections, additions, or deletions, Mr. White?
Your Honor, I haven't seen a pre-sentence report. I've checked my email as recently as this morning and haven't seen a recommendation.
I can forward it. It went to the PD. I don't think we had Mr. White on his case before.
Oh,
Actually, I've been on the case since 1919.
well, it does say PDs. Oh, I'm sure that's where it went. All right, we can send it to you to see which sentencing. Have a chance to read it today, or what do you want to do?
I think if I can take a look at it today, I can probably deal with it today. If we could pass this for maybe 10 or 15 minutes.
With your client. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
You said what?
We're going to put you to a room with your attorney so that you can go over the report, ma'am, okay?
So that's who I gotta talk to now?
Yes, ma'am. State of Michigan versus Najee Shafi, case number 23FB 2436, recall.
Rachel McDuffie for the people.
Larry Margolis on behalf of Mr. Shafi, who is present via Zoom. Mr. Shafi, please state your name.
Najee Shafi.
Thank you. Mr. Margolis, we had a breakout room, at which time I advised you that I would not be following the agreement that was made between the prosecutor and the defense for Haida in this case. Have you had a chance to discuss that with your client?
I have, Your Honor, and he is prepared to go forward with sentencing.
All right. Thank you. Anything further from either you or Ms. McDuffie regarding this matter? I'll start with you, Mr. Margolis.
Briefly, Your Honor, Your Honor is aware of this case. There were some materials that were submitted relative to Mr. Shaffy's mental health condition. I will note he is 26 years old lived his whole life in Ann Arbor, southeastern Michigan. I believe he graduated from Huron High School like myself and many in this community. He recently graduated from Eastern Michigan University, and that's something that was very important to him and his family, and took him some time and was difficult, for lack of a better way of saying it. So I'm proud of Najee for that. Congratulations, young man. He has a full-time job that starts Tuesday. It is as a bud tender in a medical marijuana facility. It's a pretty good job, so we're hoping that he can keep it. He has a very good relationship with his therapist at Home of New Vision named Megan Janish. I have spoken with her, and she is eager to continue working with Mr. Shaffy. He has seen her many times in the past, and he saw her recently as of the date of the letter that was submitted, but I don't believe he continued with that. So whatever Your Honor ultimately orders, I would request that it be to continue meeting with his therapist. I think that's important for this young man. He and I have known each other for some time. Mr. Shaffy was a friend or an acquaintance of my nephew, one of my nephews, and that is how he originally came to me. I have worked with him at length in this case to understand what he needs to do to accept responsibility, which he does, and he's very remorseful. He doesn't always express himself in such ways, but to me, we've had lengthy discussions over the past several months about this case, about what he did wrong, and he understands that, Your Honor, and he accepts responsibility for that, and he doesn't want to have problems with the law in the future. I know what Your Honor has indicated is her likely position on Haida. I will just again request that the court consider allowing him to be on Haida. He is 26 years old now. He won't get that opportunity again. And it's a good hook to keep people walking the fine line, doing everything they need to do. I know Your Honor will say so is jail, and of course that's true. And he is aware of that as well. But given that he has a degree, that he's a recent graduate, I think Haida, I would submit that Haida would be something that would be a real incentive for him to do everything he needs to do. So I would again suggest or request or hope that Your Honor would consider allowing him to have that. This man is on an upward trajectory from today forward, from many days in the recent past forward, and Haida would allow us to continue on that. As far as the recommendation, I think it's not unreasonable. I would request if Your Honor was, he's going to be working full time. He is lives at home with his mother. He is trying to save his money. He doesn't have a lot of quote time. 48 hours community service. I would ask Your Honor to consider reducing that maybe to 24 hours community service. I think the moral recognition therapy course is warranted in this case, and I would ask Your Honor to implement that. Submit to and pay for drug and alcohol tests. I will obviously have to leave that at the court's discretion. I don't know if that's necessary in this instance. No use or possession of alcohol or marijuana. I would ask Your Honor he does have a medical marijuana card or a marijuana card, and I think it's necessary to be around marijuana for his work. So I would ask Your Honor to strike that provision. A written letter of apology to the deputies. I have no problem, obviously, with that. I think that would be good. Mr. Shafi and I have discussed that and what we, why that is ordered and how that I think is important to his moving forward. I would ask Your Honor to strike the armed DUI course. He was not driving in this instance. He will be in therapy. He will be doing the moral recognition course. And other than that, I thank Your Honor and Ms. McDuffie for your time and private discussion in this matter.
Thank you. Ms. McDuffie?
Thank you, Your Honor. First, for the record, I'm going to respond to what Mr. Margolis sent me in the chat. So just to be clear, I absolutely had an objection, a personal objection, in not feeling that HIDA was appropriate to this case. However, I wanted to also be clear for the record that I have not gone against our office's written agreements. I just expressed my displeasure with the situation. It is the court that indicated that it was not willing to follow that agreement, and the options were given to Mr. Margolis's client, Mr. Shafi. So let's just be clear about what's happening and who's driving the bus here. As far as Mr. Shafi's case actually goes, I agree. Him being 26 years old and not eligible again is important, because he wouldn't even have been eligible at this point if they hadn't changed that law a few years ago to extend the age out that far. If this were purely a case of mental health or some other challenges, preventing Mr. Shafi from knowing what he's doing and controlling his behavior, I think that would absolutely be a different situation, but it's not. Mr. Shafi knows enough. Well, first of all, Mr. Shafi has been in the criminal justice system for over 10 years now, or at least 14 years, since 2013. And with the same types of cases, with the same types of issues. I am sensitive to the fact that he does have mental health issues that he needs to deal with. He needs to comply with his treatment so that he can continue on the upward trajectory that he appears to be on. I want that for him as much as Mr. Margolis does, and as much as everybody in his life does, and everybody in his courtroom does. None of us here want to see him fail. But at this point, he has had the benefit of HIDA and juvenile dispositions, which are essentially the same effect of being non-public and dismissing your record on multiple charges over several years. And at this point in his life, he knows enough to create a different version of events and reality that benefits him. And that's happening after all of that. So the benefit of HIDA is supposed to be a deterrence effect. It's supposed to be an appreciation of your youth and that you don't want to keep going this way. What it's become here, and what I'm usually afraid of in a lot of cases, is that it's become an incentive to continue that same behavior. So for him to continue instead moving upward and forward, consequences need to be real in order for him to want to avoid them and actually make a change here. Something has to give, something has to stop, because whatever has been happening for him, he's been given an opportunity time and time again for very serious charges. I'm not going to repeat them, but I can't imagine having some of those cases dismissed and continuing to act this way. And not only continuing to act this way, but knowing that you acted that way and acting as if you didn't, in a sense, with the minimization that we discussed in the breakout room. So that being said, I appreciate that he is still willing to move forward with this. And I hope that the reality of this case causes him to do what he needs to do to stay compliant and treat what's affecting him mentally, emotionally, physically, including abstaining from substances. I'll leave that to the court in terms of what needs to happen there. But I hope he gets all the treatment available to him and more, because this is very real. And I hope that his behavior is going to become as real to him as it is to everybody else that's been affecting for this long.
Mr. Shafi, what would you like to say, sir?
I just want to say thank you to the prosecutor for the kind words. I am very remorseful for my actions, and I am more than happy to write that letter to the police officers that, I disrespected. I regret my actions. I'm here right now.
I'm sorry, what did you say? I missed that part.
Oh, I said, I'm still young. I'm doing everything I can to advance my career right now. I really regret everything I did, and I'm more than willing to write a letter to the sheriffs and just apologize for being disrespectful if I was. and just the things that I did. You know, I want to take full accountability for my actions, and I want to move on from this and continue to, you know, do good, provide, and so I thank you for, you know, you guys, the opportunity and everything, and the high hopes. So I am sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chafee.
Thanks.
I'm studying Mr. Chafee to try to figure out. You know, one of the things you said in your statement to the probation department is that you have anxiety. That is the thing that you blame for not getting out of the car when the police asked you to get out of the car. That doesn't comport with the police report at all.
So one thing I will say is that if you do look back at the video, you can hear me saying my name is Najee. And then the police officer does say you're lying about your name.
Dude, that's enough right now. Najee.
Nervous. And like, I mean, obviously, you know, I was nervous when they pulled up. So it was just, I don't know. There was a couple little things that were just like, you know, it just seemed like wasn't true, but I did drink out of the bottle in the car, and you know, that was my fault. I shouldn't have done that, and I should have gotten out of the car when they asked me to initially instead of being hesitant. So that was all, you know, I regret doing that completely. I was having anxiety at that time.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
The reality is I'm not ready to proceed with sentencing today. I want to see the video. I want to see what he's saying. He does exhibit signs of anxiety today. I'd like to take a look at this before I make my final decision and see if there's any truth to what he was saying. So.
Would you like me to provide that, Your Honor, or Ms. McDuffie, or how would you like that to be accomplished?
I'd like.
I can have our office send a link to the court.
Okay, that would be great. July 11th. Does that work with your calendar, Mr. Margolis?
I'll make it work.
July 11th, 2024 at 10 a.m.
Anything further, Your Honor?
Nope, that's it. Thank you.
Have a good day.
You too.
Have a good one.
State of Michigan versus Jaylene Sullivan, case number 17 FB 1805.
Rachel McDuffie for the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Charlotte Steffen on behalf of Mr. Sullivan.
Good morning. Mr. Sullivan.
Jalen Sullivan.
All right, we're supposed to be here for sentencing today, but instead we're not. And Mr. Sullivan screamed at the probation department.
No, ma'am. Can I tell you what happened?
That's up to your attorney.
Well, I talked to her, so.
Your Honor, from speaking to my client, it's my understanding that around May 27th, he did call and talk to Mr. Statman to schedule an appointment. I understand that that's not enough time to get the assessment done. I think that my client didn't understand how long these things take. And so when we were here last, and Your Honor adjourned the sentencing for him to get the PSI done, I don't think he understood that he couldn't really wait till kind of the last minute to get this done. So I think that was a misunderstanding. In terms of the communications that he had with the agent on, I believe it was June 4th. I read the report. It's very concerning in my opinion. However, from talking to my client, it sounds like from his perspective, there's a little bit more to it. It sounds like something kind of snowballed. He felt disrespected. I don't think it serves anybody to get kind of tit for tat. But I think it snowballed a lot quicker than he expected. On his behalf, I'm apologizing for his conduct, and I'm just respectfully asking that Your Honor adjourn the sentencing. I believe he is currently scheduled for his assessment June 25th.
Anything from the people on this?
I guess obviously no excuses are being made for any of the behavior here. I guess I'm just a little confused because it sounds like in this report he was upset that probation couldn't get the recommendations done in time for today. But if he knew that there was no assessment, that doesn't matter. That's not important. I think the issue, the bigger issue, and again, as no explanation for that whatsoever, is that the last time we were here, the court told Mr. Sullivan that if he didn't have it done, he was going to get it done in custody. Maybe that's what he was worried about, but I don't think that taking that term of probation is probably the way to avoid that consequence. So as far as I know, probation it's still not done, right? The assessment itself is not done, and probation doesn't have it yet because
it is not done.
Okay. I'll leave that to the court, given what was stated at the previous hearing. I don't take a position on it. I don't understand the behavior that's described there. No, I just don't get it.
Mr. Sullivan is remanded to the Washington jail to get his assessment done from the jail.
Yes, ma'am.
When will you turn yourself in? Can you do that tomorrow morning, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Do so before 8:00 a.m., okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, do we have a new date?
Yeah, well, that depends on whether he turns himself in. I'll give you one. If he doesn't turn himself in, it will be canceled because a bench warrant will be issued. It's July 11th.
That works for me, Your Honor.
Once the assessment is done, he can be released from the jail.
Your Honor,
Yes.
I just wanted to inform him that he will have to arrange payment for that assessment before it can be done in jail. It is $125, and we can provide the information to him for first step.
Has he paid Matt Statman?
I'm not sure, Your Honor. I didn't receive any information on payment from Mr. Statman.
I was Miss Sullivan. I mean, I'm Miss
Yes.
Statman. Has he paid Matt Statman yet?
Your Honor, he did tell me that he has the money set aside, but I don't think it was actually tendered yet.
All right, that's good because he can tender it. What is the best way for him to do that? Should he make the payment today here and then turn himself in tomorrow?
If he contacts First Step, they take payments over the phone. And I believe they use one of the Cash Apps. I don't know if it's Cash App or Venmo or something to that effect.
You have Cash App, Mr. Sullivan?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, contact First Step. Can you give him the phone number for that? Do you know how to use the chat feature, Mr. Sullivan?
Yes.
I can give that to him, Your Honor.
We're going to send you the phone number for First Step. Contact them today so you can Cash App them the money, and then they'll come over and get the assessment done. I think they may be coming out there this week already, so you should do that as soon as possible if you want to get out in.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, July 11th, 2024 at 11 a.m. I'm sorry, 10 a.m.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Okay, appreciate you.
Hope bond is continued for now. I guess he's remanded until assessment is done. He can be released after that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
State of Michigan versus Amarion Jordan, case number 23 FB 1166.
Rachel McDuffie for the people.
Assistant Public Defender Sandra White on behalf of Amarion Jordan.
Hello, Your Honor. My name is Amari Jordan.
Good morning, Mr. Jordan. How are you, sir?
Doing fine. How are you?
I'm pretty good. All right, I think we're here for an adjourned sentencing in this case.
We are, Your Honor. The last time we were here, the judge, Your Honor, the court, also indicated an issue with HIDA in this case, and Mr. Jordan initially agreed to waive that and proceed with sentencing without it, but then wanted to speak further with his counsel. I had volunteered, and I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to check with 14A1. This is a little bit different because it's an 18-year-old HIDA, so we didn't consent, but it's on the plea form as an agreement, and I know Judge Simpson usually doesn't like to bind people. But based on what Ms. Ball told me the other day, I think that it's not a quick call like I thought it would be. It would have to be a transcript request to really determine what he was advised of on the record when he entered that plea. Because I have heard Judge Simpson say on a couple of other occasions, I'm not your sentencing judge. You know, she would have to be the one to ultimately agree to that sort of thing. I don't know if that took place here.
And I believe the other issue was whether or not he can get HIDA since he will be in custody and there won't be any probation.
Yeah, that I think is the bigger issue.
That's what I think too.
Unless he wants to do probation. Well, how long is he in for again?
Well, he said that he will not be doing jury trials in his other cases. He did accept a plea and he'll be in till at least August. So we just discussed, I believe his other cases are not under HIDA, so they will be on his record. And he is willing to go ahead and be sentenced to the jail time in this case.
Okay.
Is that correct, Mr. Jordan? You want to go forward and have this on and you understand that it will not be under HIDA?
Yes, ma'am.
And so it'll be on your record. You understand that part, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and you want to proceed forward with the sentence?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. All right, anything else you want to say on behalf of your client, Ms. White?
No, Your Honor, I know we have to change the jail credit, but
Do we know the number now?
I did it quickly.
So it's up on May 2nd before, so he has another 34 days?
Yes, so
309 days.
Okay. Yes.
Okay. Anything from the people? Anything further from the people?
Nothing from the people.
All right. Anything you want to say, Mr. Jordan?
No, Your Honor.
It is the sentence of the court that you serve 365 days in the Washington County Jail. Credit for 309 days already served. The balance to be served concurrent with your Wayne County case. And there's no HIDA. All fines and costs are waived. You're all set, sir. Have a good day.
You're done?
State of Michigan versus Vasquez Davis, case number 23S001175.
Rachel McDuffie for the people.
Assistant Public Defender Sandra White on behalf of Vasquez Davis.
Mr. Vasquez Davis, please have them unmute you to state your name.
My name is Vasquez Faison Davis.
Thank you. All right, in this case, we're here on 6 violations of probations. I'm pretty sure I've arraigned him on something. He was arraigned on all of these, on 3 new violations, number 4, 5, and 6 last time we were here. I wrote myself a note, thank goodness. He was to be assessed by CMH. Has that happened?
Yeah, I found that I was bipolar and schizophrenic. Yeah.
We haven't received any results of this from the assessment, Your Honor. And I did see a note from the felony attorneys that they are maybe looking into mental health issues. So I'll be asking for an adjournment so that I can look further into that also.
Response from the prosecution, if any.
Nothing from the people.
How long do you need, Ms. White?
Their cases are adjourned till June 13th. I know he has no bond in this matter, and I think this is really the only thing holding him. He has a $100 bond in his other matters. I don't know if Your Honor will consider a bond in this. If not, then I guess a short adjournment to look into mental health court. I don't know how long that will take.
I don't
Or
think he
just-
can get in mental health court now. It's too late for that, if that's what you're looking at.
Okay, okay. Then I need to see what's going on with him. So maybe 3 weeks.
Well, this is a 93-day misdemeanor. He has credit for, see, the last time we were here, same thing. So he has 34 days. We're at 60 days credit at this point. 15 more days and he will have maxed.
And Ron, I believe he raised that last time. I think he wanted to know if he could basically just time out. But the issue is he would, hasn't taken any pleas on those cases and didn't want to, make any admissions here. So
He has the PBT test. That's a technical. Let's see. He failed to report for over 60 days in VOP number 4. That would be a non-technical violation for which we could just give him credit, time served, and be done, because he's not going to be able to complete this. This is disorderly drunk. I think he's sitting in there longer by all the adjournments than just getting this done.
Okay. And I thought, go ahead, I'm sorry.
If he's willing to plead to the failure to report for over 60 days, which is the non-technical violation, and then the violation number 1 for the the PBT, violation number 2 for the PBT, and if the intoxication and violation number 3, and the felon drug and alcohol test and violation number 4, then I don't need to deal with the new cases, which there are no those also.
Okay, I think he's willing to plead to that. Can I have a quick breakout room just to confirm that?
Yes, you can. And
Thank
I'm essentially just give him probably credit, time served. It's a disorderly drunk. I'm not going to do the max.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh, Your Honor, there's one more thing. We're still on, but it's over at this point. Would HIDA be revoked as well?
Yes, and HIDA will be revoked.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. The court will call the matters of Jeremiah Palmer, case numbers 22S00439 as well as 22S00467.
Pray to me, deputy for the people.
Please, Honorable Court, Gerard Scanlon, P number 74992, appearing on behalf of Mr. Palmer.
Thank you.
Jeremiah Palmer.
Thank you. Good morning.
Morning.
Morning, Your Honor.
All right, we're here today because Mr. Palmer just needed to submit proof of community service, which it appears we still don't have.
No, not yet. I have trouble getting around where I Uber and I have to Uber to go down drop. I have to Uber to go to work. I spend over $1,000 on Uber. Going to drop takes away from me going to community service.
We're kind of calling it 22 situation because you keep staying on probation because you haven't done the community service. As soon as you do the community service, you can be off of probation.
I'm trying.
Gotcha.
I have to have money to pay my rent, get to work, and
All right. Anything from the people on this?
From the people.
Anything you want to say, Counselor?
Your Honor, just that Mr. Palmer has come a long way, and I'm very proud of him.
He has.
So, you know, perhaps maybe the court might entertain reducing the amount of time that he has to, in terms of the community service, so that way he can perform the community service and then have himself discharged from probation.
Mr. Palmer got community service instead of jail at some point.
That's correct.
Yeah, I'm not willing to do that. All right, Mr. Palmer, how long do you need me to give you, sir?
maybe a couple months.
August 8th.
Your Honor,
Yes.
did you say August 8th?
Yes, does that work with your calendar, Mr. Scanlon?
I'm actually on vacation.
Okay. July 25th,
That's a good day.
2024. At
Thank you, Your Honor.
10 a.m. Mr. Palmer, if you get these documents in, you don't have to come to court. So it will keep you from having to come back here and miss more time at work probably. If you just get them beforehand, okay?
I'm working on it.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a great day.
You too. Mr. White, are you ready on the Hoskins matter?
I am, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. The court will recall for the state of Michigan versus Tracy Hoskins, case number 19 FB 1673.
Tracy McDuffie for the people.
Your Honor, for the record, Walter White with and on behalf of Ms. Hoskins. She and I have had a chance to go over the pre-sentence report, its recommendations. I don't have any additions, deletions, or corrections to make, with one exception. It said that it was not and that's not really a correction. It said it wasn't verified that she was in South Carolina. I would note that she showed me, and I took a very blurry photograph of a South Carolina ID. She says, the other thing, she says she is now working at McDonald's in Greenville, South Carolina, where she resides. In light of that, I'm wondering if we could simply make the sentence fines, costs, and allow probation reporting by Zoom or by phone. I note that the recommendation involves home visits, and I'm sure probation agent would love to go see her, especially in the winter. But I'd note that having had a house in Brevard, North Carolina, about an hour from there, it's a pretty long drive. So I would just ask for non-reporting probation, fines and costs at this point, and suspended jail. Thank you.
Maybe the agent wants to fly.
What?
Maybe the probation agent wants to fly out there.
That's possible. I think there is an airport in
you.
Brevard. I'm sure there's one in Greenville.
Miss,
Or not Brevard, rather Asheville, North Carolina. Our house was in Brevard.
Thank you. Mr. McDuffie.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yeah, I'll leave that up to the court and Agent Johnson as far as the traveling goes. I might want to come too just because, but I guess I'm not sure. Mr. Wright, when you were requesting fines and costs, was that in lieu of reporting probation?
No, that was no, I was asking for fines and costs, reporting by phone or Zoom.
Okay.
The conditions about drugs and alcohol and assaultive behavior. The only thing that I think reporting probation is probably not practical at this point. And the whole situation here is one that involves alcohol. And I believe if she needed to, she could get random testing down there. Because I got to believe there are people down there who have alcohol and drug problems too, but I don't even know if that's necessary at this point. This case is 5 years old and she hasn't gotten any new convictions. So she's kind of been on probation herself while she had car trouble and couldn't get to court.
I think the concern, just so that we're all clear, is the fact that there are, she has a warrant out of Ohio at this time, and she has had a false info to a police case out of South Carolina that happened this year. So I don't agree with the statement that there's nothing new that's been going on.
Oh, I wasn't aware of the Ohio warrant, Your Honor.
Ms. McDuffie.
Your Honor, yes, I wasn't sure if, of course, reporting is usually online, minus those home visits. That could be a possibility, but so I just wanted to ensure that there was some frequent contact with probation. So other than that, I don't have any issue. I just wasn't sure about reporting versus non-reporting and what the contact is going to be, if it's every month like we normally.
Yes. All right. Anything you want to say, Ms. Hoskins?
Now that one from Ohio, I caught that like years ago. Way before I even caught this case.
Well, first of all, Ms. Hoskins, not to be rude, but people don't catch cases. They do things whereby they get charged with cases. So that's my first issue. The second issue is simply because it was from years ago doesn't mean it's okay. You need to take care of the warrant now.
I understand that. And I was trying to make payments arrangement with them, and they're not accepting the payment arrangement.
Anything else you want to say, ma'am?
I mean, I was just trying to make payment arrangements. I was not trying to do no jail time or nothing.
I think that you don't fully understand. This is not a traffic ticket. You don't just get to make. Well, first of all, don't interrupt me, please. And secondly, come on the screen. When you are convicted of a crime, ma'am, payment arrangements is not something that you just get to do. It doesn't work like that.
Right, I was in a drug treatment program when I left. Before I left. Like, that's the reason why I came down here.
It is the sentence of this court, ma'am, that you serve a total of 6 months on probation. Fines and court costs in this case for a of $425, $30 in probation oversight fee. You have probation when and where directed, including any and all home visits if they choose to make home visits. Make earnest efforts to maintain legitimate employment, no assaultive or threatening behavior towards anyone. You must complete the crosswords impulsive behavior program or a similar program. You to submit to, pay, and be responsible for random drug and alcohol tests as requested by the court, any probation agent or treatment provider for a minimum of 2 times per month. You need to make arrangements there with some agency to do that testing for you. There's no use of possession of alcohol, marijuana, medical or recreational or other illegal drugs. No use of possession of any firearm components, ammunition, or other dangerous weapons, and no being in the presence of anyone doing any of those things. We'll have a review of this case on August 8th, 2024 at 10 a.m. In the interim time, ma'am, you need to clear up your warrant out of Ohio.
Your Honor, what was the review date again?
August 8th.
Thank you.
You need to contact the probation department tomorrow after 9 a.m. to schedule a time to go over your probation contract.
So I have to come back to court August the 8th.
Have a good day.
All right, then.
Thank you, Your Honor. You have a good day, too.
Thank you. You too, Mrs. White, Mr. White. State of Michigan versus Sheldon Carter, case number 22S00541.
Yes, hello, Your Honor.
Thank you. You're the only one talking. Ms. McDuffie, you're muted if you said something.
How about that? Rachel McDuffie for people.
Assistant Public Defender Davi Lebo for Mr. Carter, who has stated his name.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Carter. We're here for a pretrial today, Mr. Lebo.
Thank you. And we're going to be requesting an adjournment in order to receive and review some discovery.
June 27th or July 11th?
The 27th should be fine, Your Honor.
And I'm sorry, go ahead, John.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to quickly advise, this case is actually a high BAC second. The PAT code is exactly the same for both, but I just wanted to make sure that Mr. Lebo was aware of that because there won't be any offers since technically the Secretary of State implications are reduced when it's OWI versus high BAC. So that's the built-in offer, and I just want to amend it.
Thank you.
Retrial in this matter is adjourned to June 27th, 2024 at 9 a.m. Bond is continued. Have a good day, Mr. Carter. Thank you, sir.
Your Honor. Have a good day.
You too. State of Michigan versus Isaiah Grantham, 20S378001B and 23FB 1333.
Rachel McDuffie for the people.
Assistant Public Defender Davi Lebo for Mr. Grantham. Mr. Grantham, can you state your name, sir?
Isaiah Grantham.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Grantham. We're here on pretrials in both of these matters.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Grantham does intend to plead guilty today with a proposed Hobbs agreement that I would like to present to the court and that I have discussed with Ms. McDuffie and that she indicates that she has no opposition to.
What's the request for cops?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Grantham is turning himself in on the 26th in order to plead to a felony charge in case 21FB1868, which would begin a 10-month sentence that is concurrent with a sentence in Wayne County. We're asking that the court sentence Mr. Grantham to that same 10 months concurrent sentence.
We'll do that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. What is the plea that he's going to be entering into today?
As charged, Your Honor.
And that's on both cases, right?
Yes.
Mr. Grantham, it is my understanding that in case number 23 FB 1333, that you're going to be pleading guilty to count 1, state identification card counterfeiting, forging, using to commit a felony. Nope, that's not it. 1 second. Is it just counts? What are the counts of this, please?
Yes, Your Honor. The court should have an amended complaint and, moment, let me make sure I have it too. So it should read.
Counts 4, 5, and 6?
Just 4 and 5. I don't have a 6.
4 and 5. Okay, operating with a license suspended, revoked, denied, and state identification counterfeit, forged. Possession, is that correct? All right. Let me rewrite what I just wrote, because all right, sir, it's my understanding you're gonna be pleading to count 4, which is operating with license suspended, revoked, or denied. That is a misdemeanor carrying a maximum penalty of up to 93 days and or $500 fine plus court costs. And then count 5 is the state identification card counterfeit, forged, possession. That is a misdemeanor carrying a maximum of 1 year in the Washtenaw County Jail and or $2,000 fine plus court costs. Is that your understanding of the agreement?
Yes.
All right. And then in ticket number 20S378001B, you're going to be pleading to failure to display a license, which is a misdemeanor that carries a maximum penalty of, is that the no ops? That's 93 days and or $100 fine. Is that correct, sir?
That's correct, Your Honor.
I'm sorry. Mr. Grantham, is that correct, sir?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Please raise your right hand and be sworn. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You may lower your hand. All right, sir. I'm going to go over some rights that you have that you're going to be giving up by entering into this plea. Please stop me if you have any questions or if you feel like you need to speak with your attorney again, okay?
Okay.
You have the right to have a trial by a jury, at which time you can call witnesses to speak for you. You can get an order signed by this court to require those witnesses come to court. You have the right to see, hear, and question any and all witnesses that are called against you. You have the right to be a witness for yourself, or you can choose to remain silent. If you do choose to remain silent, the prosecutor cannot comment on that. In addition to that, you have the right to be presumed innocent unless proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Do you understand those rights?
Yes.
You understand you're going to be giving up all of those rights and you're not going to be having a trial of any sort?
Yes.
You also understand that there's no automatic right to appeal this decision. So the decision that you're making today, in all likelihood, is going to stick with you.
Yes.
And do you also understand, sir, that if you're on probation, parole, or bond on the date that you committed these offenses, which is November 19th of 2022, for the case with the counterfeit ID, and then the on August 21st, 2020, for the failure to display a license. Were you on probation, parole, or bond on either of those days?
No.
Thank you. And if you're not a U.S. citizen, you could have immigration consequences. Are you a U.S. citizen, sir?
Non-citizen national.
Okay. But you've had an opportunity to speak with your attorney about whatever those implications may be?
Your Honor, if I could have a brief break-in with Mr. Grantham on this.
Okay.
Thank you. I will pass this matter. What will we call the case of the state of Michigan versus Vasquez Davis, 23S00175?
Rachel McDuffie for the people.
Assistant Public Defender Sandra White on behalf of Vasquez Davis.
Mr. Vasquez Davis, could you get them to unmute you again?
Okay.
Sir, can you state your name again?
Vasquez Faison Davis.
Thank you.
You are.
You had a chance to speak with your client about this?
I have, Your Honor. He does wish to admit to those violations.
All right, Mr. Davis, is it true, sir, that you're going to admit to testing positive for PBT on March? Well, first of all, will you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You may lower your hand. Sir, is it true that you tested positive for alcohol via PBT and you're going to waive your right to have a hearing on these matters? Sir, you can lower your hand. Are you going to waive your right to have a hearing on these matters?
I admit to it. Say yes. I say yes.
Okay. So, did you test positive for alcohol on the PBT on March 18th?
Yes.
On March 24th?
Yes.
And then, you were intoxicated, in a police report this year?
Yes.
And then you, failed to report to probation for over 60 days?
Yes.
All right. I find that there's a knowing and willing admission to the violation. Are you satisfied?
Yes, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Your Honor.
All right. As to sentencing, anything you want to say on behalf of your client?
Not this, no, Your Honor.
Anything from you, Ms. McDuffie?
Nothing from people, Your Honor.
Anything you want to say before I sentence you, sir?
Sentence me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Is there any way that you can try to let me out on tether or anything?
I'm going to sentence you to credit time served, and you'll be done with this case, sir.
Okay. As though I got bond for this case?
Nope. Nope, you'll be all done. All right.
Okay.
Mr. Vasquez Davis is going to get 60
So you
days.
think I could, can I ask you a question? Can I call my mother to get me out today?
Mr. Davis is still held on, well, XJO says bond denied, but I do see that he has $1,000, 10% on each of his other two cases that are not in this court. So he would want to address that.
Call your mom afterwards, okay?
Okay.
60 days in the Washington County Jail. Credit time served, sir.
All right, thank you.
Fines and costs are waived.
All right.
State of Michigan versus Brenda Brown, 24 FB 1086, as well as 14 W001038.
Rachel McDuffie for the people.
Ms. Saxon, if you said something, we didn't hear you. You said this is Saxon, right?
Correct.
All right.
Tina Saxon on behalf of Brenda Brown, and we have no objection to proceeding by.
I don't know. Is all done?
All right. Today's the day and time scheduled for sentencing in this matter.
Yes, Your Honor.
Have you had a chance to review the report with your client? Any corrections, deletions, or modifications?
I have reviewed it with her and two small issues. One is there's a recommendation for alcohol and drug testing, and no use possession of alcohol, marijuana, or drug paraphernalia. I would ask that there not be any drug testing so states like
Miss Saxon, we can't make out what you're saying. Your video
Signal.
Your signal is not working to allow us to hear you. If you're talking now, we can't even hear a word that you're saying. Are you talking, Saxon? I think she's trying to call in or something.
How you gonna move something you look like you going out?
Good morning, Your Honor. Are you able to hear me now?
Yes, I am. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I appreciate your patience. I have reviewed, or Tina Saxon on behalf of Brenda Brown. I have reviewed the PSI with Ms. Brown. I have there's two slight issues. There's a recommendation for alcohol and drug testing. I would ask that that not be recommended or ordered because this is not alcohol or drug related offense. It's a financial offense to which Ms. Brown has already paid the restitution and is prepared to pay the fines and fees this week. So it would be a unrelated order and it would be a financial, unnecessary financial burden. All else is factually accurate.
Thank you. Ms. McDuffie?
Today is going to be one of those days. I don't think that there is an explicit testing order, but the requirement is a standard one. I don't take a position on it. I think that usually the only way we become aware of somebody consuming the prohibited substances, if they aren't on a testing order, is if there's actually a new offense and it's something associated with that, which would fall under, you know, the other restrictions as well for no criminal activity. So I, again, I don't take a position, but yes, I'll leave it at that. Outside of that, we just arraigned, I think, the other co-defendant in this case, and I think that the situations are similar, which is a lack of history, and I think a bad decision and a bad choice being made at that point in time to associate with the person involved. I think it's a fair recommendation. I say lack of significant history, I should say. It's a fair recommendation, and I appreciate that the restitution has been put forth by the co-defendants here.
Anything you want to say, Ms. Brown?
Yes. I would like to say I'm sorry, that I did that and got myself back involved in getting, in this, but I lived and I learned. I do have me a decent job now, and I just like to apologize.
Thank you. All right, I am going to follow the recommendation of the probation department for the most part. Ma'am, you're sentenced to probation for 6 months, fines and court costs in this case for a total of $425. The $1,225 has been paid to Roundhouse already. You can, you must meet with probation when and where directed, including in any and all home visits, make earnest efforts to maintain legitimate employment, complete the crosswords program. I am going to sentence you under the prosecutor's deferred. The standard conditions of no use of any firearms, components, ammunition will apply As far as the rest of those, I'm striking the rest of those at this time. There is no assault or threatening behavior towards anyone, obviously. So none of that would ever come to the court's awareness, as the prosecutor said, unless you somehow manage to get yourself into a situation again, and then we will become aware of that. This is under the prosecutor's deferred. You're eligible for a discharge after 3 months.
Sorry, Your Honor, could you repeat what you just said about 3 months? I missed that.
She's eligible for discharge, early discharge, if she completes all of these things. After she completes the first 3 months, she becomes eligible for early discharge. All right, it does not appear that we have a review date for this. So I'm going to presume that the prosecution will discharge you early if you finish everything after those 3 months.
Awesome. Okay, thank you.
Your Honor, if I may, this may become just strictly an issue for probation. Ms. Brown works for Ford, as stated in the PSI, and they are on a 7:30 to 6:30 work schedule, Monday through Friday. So if reporting in person happens during those hours, it becomes an issue. I'm
It's
concerned.
online. It's online. It's all online, so we don't have to worry about that. Okay.
Oh, okay, perfect.
So
Thank
she
you.
reports online, and then I think we have the fire lane ticket. Ma'am, when can you pay that?
You said what ticket? I'm sorry.
Fire lane. There's a 2014 ticket. Wow. Where you must have parked in the fire lane at 1571 Holmes Road and Ford Road in a 1999 Pontiac Grand Am.
19. I ain't got no Grand Am.
He said, let me see what it says. This is you the same. Are you your middle name Shanae?
Uh-huh. Yes.
Driver advised she had to run in the store real quick. 3 children in the rear. Oldest was advised he was 13. 2 others, one in the baby seat. Driver advised adult passenger had to enter the store.
When was this?
2014, ma'am.
Oh shoot, I don't know. I don't remember. That's too far back. How much is it?
How much is the all of JIS is down there? Oh, all of JIS is down. You can call so that's the system we use to check fines and costs. You'll need to call the front desk probably later this afternoon, because the system's down for them too. It's down for everybody. So you'll have to call out front. What I'm gonna do is schedule it for a new court date. If you pay it before then, you don't have to come back, okay?
Okay.
I'm just gonna make it 90 days out. I'm gonna put them both on for that. September something. The day is missing. One moment, please.
Mm-hmm.
Seven. September 5th, 2024 at 10 a.m. I'm gonna put the other one on for that same time, just to make sure I follow up with it. And if you've done everything by then, you can be discharged. Okay.
Alrighty. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day. Contact probation tomorrow after 9:00 a.m. to go over your probation contract. Okay.
Awesome. Thank you.
The number has been delivered. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Have a good day.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye. State of Michigan versus India Forest, 21S00871.
Right to me, the for the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Nicole James, appearing on behalf of India Forest.
Good morning, Ms. James. All right, we're here today for a pretrial in this matter. Ms. Forrest, please unmute and state your name. Oh, you're in.
India Forest.
Thank you. We're here for a pretrial today.
Huh?
Yes,
Judge,
Your
I
Honor.
thought this was for a bond violation, but
It's both.
It's both.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Miss James, I blame Miss James for GIS going down because literally as soon as she asked me what the violation was, I tried to open up GIS and it didn't work, and it's all her fault. But I can see that Miss Forrest is held on, it looks like about 7 or 8 other cases. I can't see the details on what stage they're in. It does look like the highest one is on a FA that's up in circuit court in a few days. There's just a few different things here across Circuit Court 15th, 14A2 in our court. So I would imagine that the violation is likely the bench warrant that had been issued after a few failures to appear and the new charges. There may be new convictions even, I just can't see them at the moment.
She's here for the bench warrants for failure to appear. That's the
Judge, I would ask that any warrants be set aside at this point.
Sorry,
And then Judge, it relates to the pretrial, I would just ask for some additional time so that I can talk to Ms. McDuffie. And as Ms. McDuffie's already indicated, she has a felonious assault case that is set for exam on Tuesday. And then she has an operating while intoxicated that's in circuit court now, where the pretrial date is coming up. So we just need some time to try to resolve those matters.
Pretrial on this matter is adjourned to June 27th at 9 a.m. Bond is continued.
Judge, I'm sorry. I'm out of town on the 27th.
Okay. The next date is July 11th.
Okay.
That work with you?
It's July 11th at 9 o'clock?
Yes, at 9 o'clock. Is that fine?
Yes, that is.
July 11th at 9 o'clock a.m. then.
Okay, thank you.
Continue. Have a good day.
Okay, have a good one, everyone.
Bye-bye. We'll call the Cortez Campbell matters. Case numbers 23S00545, 16S00749, 19W006566, 23W002160.
Great to meet you for the people.
Good morning.
Assistant Public Defender.
Beautiful ladies.
Morning, Mr.
Campbell. Please state your name, sir.
Cortez Campbell.
Thank you. Ms. Moeller, go ahead and place your appearance on now.
Thanks, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Allison Miller here on behalf of Cortez Campbell.
We're here for payment plan reviews on all of the cases, with the exception of 23S00545, which is for pretrial.
Yes, Your Honor, I can address that one first. So Mr. Campbell was last here, or he was last with us in court in person for what was scheduled for a hearing. We ended up not holding that hearing, and I shared on the record that I was attempting to work with Mr. Campbell, but I needed him to do some things to handle this outstanding warrant that he had out of 34. I do see, thank you, Mr. Campbell, that he did what I asked him to do.
Yeah.
And so it shows that he came in person to set aside his warrant. Well, not set it aside, but to he's taking care of that. He had a court date that was originally set for, I believe it was June 20th, and I think it got set out further to July. So that's his next date. That's the OWI out of Romulus. So let's see here. With that, I was considering potentially an offer if he did that, and I wanted to see that he had cleared that warrant and had a new date. Mr. Campbell, I guess I should ask, as to where we go from here, I wanted to get some insight on what has happened since then. So I don't know if we need a final adjournment so that we can discuss where that case is, how it's lined up, because that will affect how we move forward as well if he ends up, setting that for trial or pleading or something like that.
I don't think I understood the last part of what you said. I thought one of the things you were looking for was insurance, and then
I gave that to you. It should be in your folder. I told the secretary to put it in your folder. I made 2 copies and I gave that to you as well. because I need that $400 to pay y'all back.
So when did you drop something extra at the court, sir? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, and I paid my $25 for the month. So when I paid that, I dropped off the insurance paper because I know I couldn't show it over Zoom. So I told her to put it in your folder.
Can you ask the criminal clerks if they have? When did you do that, sir?
But last week or 2 weeks.
What? So you came to 14B?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I asked her to put in MIWashington's folder.
That's not how that works, but okay.
She did though. That's how when I come pay my payments are. So I dropped off the paperwork here.
They
so
don't just put documents in a folder for me. They have to put it inside of a file. Let me see here. What is this?
And while Your Honor is looking, Mr. Campbell, that was a copy, of course. You can pull it up. You can still pull the policy up. I don't need it right this second. You don't have to get up. I'm just asking that you didn't give away your original or something like that.
Nope, I got it.
Okay. So we'll probably need an adjournment anyway. So if you can take a picture of that with your phone or, some kind of way, get that to Miss Moeller so she can then get it to me. Then we can go from there because I need to lay eyes on it too.
Yes, ma'am. I'm compliant.
Looks like you are compliant. All right, so we're gonna need an adjournment. How long do you need, Ms. McDuffie?
So, Your Honor, we don't have to adjourn all the way out to that date, but I want to make sure his next date on the OWY case is, where did it go? Oh, I opened up the wrong one. It was, Mr. Campbell, what is your date?
July.
July, I just saved the copy of it.
18th.
Okay, July 18th. It can be close to that date. Because Mr. Campbell, I want to ensure that you have spoken with an attorney on that case and you figured out how you're going to move forward with it. Because
It's just I have to pay. I'm on a payment plan. That's all. It's no court date.
it doesn't show that you've had a plea yet. But I'm gonna let you. I want to make sure you talk to whoever you need to talk to over there about it, get all that straight, and then so that you can come back and let us know where you're at. So sort all that out. Find out if you. I don't know if you have an attorney over there, but I need to know what's going on with that case. If it's true that this is somehow resolved and you're just paying money on it and that's it, let us know that too. So then I can know what to do with this case. Because if you're going to end up taking a plea there and, on any type of probation or something like that, I got to figure out what we're going to do with this one. That'll go with that.
I'm just paying payments. But I got you. I heard you.
My options are July 11th or July 25th.
Let's do the 25th since it's after that date. Sure.
July 25th, 2024 at 9 a.m. Bond is continued. I'm hopeful that this is the last adjournment and we can get this case resolved by then.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Do you still want me to? You have the documents. I don't know where they went, but you have the insurance. But if I have to send it, I'll send it.
If you can send it to Ms. Moeller, then she can make sure that I lay eyes on it and we should be good from there.
Mr. Campbell,
Yes,
if you
ma'am.
send me just a picture of it over text,
Take
I'm
a
happy to
picture.
send that to Miss McDuffie right
I do have it. I got it.
Oh,
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Woohoo!
All right. It's National General Insurance Company, May 28th through November 28th of 2024 on a 2003 GMC.
Yes, ma'am.
I'll take it.
Out in Oregon. Y'all try that. It's a nice little policy too.
So that is, yes, I do have this. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Where do we wait? Can I see you in the breakout room? Can I see council in the breakout room?
Breakout.
All right, Mr. Campbell, you're gonna go into a breakout room with your attorney, Ms. Moeller, who's gonna discuss with you some options for what we can do today to try to get this case moving forward. I'm gonna put you in a breakout room with her right now.
Okay.
Thank you. Whose case is Grantham? You know, which attorney is handling the Grantham matter?
Mr. Lebo, I think.
Mr. Lebo, are you back? Mr. Lebo? Mr. Grantham is back. I don't see Mr. Lebo. All right, we're gonna pass it on to Mr. Lebo returns. All right, the court will call the case of the state of Michigan versus Nicholas Wardas, case number 22S00836.
Rachel McDuffie for the people.
Assistant Public Defender Sandra White on behalf of Nicholas Twardos.
Nicholas Tordos.
Thank you. Good morning, sir. How are you?
I'm good. How are you doing today?
I'm pretty good. All right. I'm not sure. This is weird looking. All right, so the defendant was here back on May 17th, and we told him he could test in Jackson. He posted a bond since then. So we're here for pretrial.
I believe that's correct. I just need to know if there's any offers from Ms. McDuffie.
So, when you said May 17th, was that of 2023?
No, he posted bond May 17th of 2024.
Of this year. He was seen before the magistrate, or we saw
No,
it?
I'm not sure how it got to $500. There was a bond from June 12th of 2023 for 10%, for 10,000, 10%. I guess he saw, oh yes, he saw, I don't know who this is. I think it was Fink. He was arraigned on the bench before Magistrate Fink and placed on a $5,000 10% bond, which he posted.
Okay. The reason I'll ask that is because Ms. White, I did get your email about any offers, but there were two things happening. One of them was that I don't believe, I may be mistaken, that I've ever seen Mr. Twardos was on a docket that we had on June 15th of last year, but he was removed from that docket with the warrant because he failed to test. So I don't think we actually ever saw him, or at least not when I've been in this court. So that was the warrant that he was out on and got arraigned on. The other issue is not issue, but on this type of case with this type of history and as many things going on in it, this is the type of case that I usually charge if I have it originally or add account of use to based on these circumstances. And this is actually one of the worst ones. I don't see any reason why I shouldn't do that here. So not only do I not have any offers, I'm not sure that this should stay as one count of OWI as it currently is. So that's that. Mr. Twardos, I believe he was on active probation for 2 felony counts of controlled substance use at the time of this offense. I'm not sure what his status on that probation is now, but as we've recently seen, I shared with the court in defense that when I do that, I do it for a reason, and this is exactly the type of presentation that is consistent with those cases. So, unless there's some sort of like really strong mitigation info otherwise, I anticipate adding a count of use for at least one of these substances.
For that probation I was on, it was for an R&O, and I had did 9 months on it since then.
Ms. White?
Well, I guess if she's talking about adding a count, I mean, of course, I'd be against that, adding a count, but and we were prepared to maybe go forward today. Ms. McDuffie, if you're okay with that, we were actually prepared to go forward today.
I understand. I'm sure you were that. So that's usually what happens is that there's a desire to take a plea on the 93-day offense, but these circumstances, like I mentioned last time, concern me greatly. That other case wasn't R&O. There were drug charges as well. we can speak more offline and we can adjourn and we can discuss it further. If I don't know about any sorts of recovery court, considerations or anything like that, but we can talk more about some of the problems here. Concerns, I guess I should say.
I'm not sure what you're saying, Ms. McDuffie. Are you saying you're objecting to her going forward as is today, and you want to talk to her more? Or are you saying what are you? I'm not sure.
I'm saying I intend to amend the complaint to add a count of use as I normally do in these sorts of situations with this sort of history and these sorts of circumstances. Unless there was some sort of, like I said, really strong mitigating information. Mr. Tordas has been out on the bench warrant for a year. If there's, I don't imagine there would be, but I wanted to give Ms. White an opportunity to discuss that. Otherwise, I will be requesting an adjournment so I can amend the complaint.
Ms. White?
I guess, yes, I would need to try to get some mitigation information to Ms. McDuffie, unless the court is willing to let us plead today.
I'm not going to stop you from pleading. I think that under the case law she submitted recently, she still may go ahead and charge.
Okay. Then we would join in the adjournment.
July 11th, 2024 at 9 a.m. So you're going to be submitting mitigating documentation to Ms. McDuffie?
Yes, Your Honor.
Bond is continued. Is defendant testing?
Yes.
Where are you testing at, Mr. Tordas?
Community Corrections in Ypsilanti.
All right. Thank you, sir. Have a good day.
Thank you, Your Honor. You too.
State of Michigan versus David Rigel, case number 24S00010.
Rachel McDuffie for the people.
Assistant Public Defender Davi Liba for Mr. Rigel. Mr. Rigel, could you state your names?
Yes, sorry about that. David Rigel.
No worries, Mr. Rigel. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you.
We're here for a pretrial today, Mr. Liba.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Rigel will be pleading guilty of charge today with a sentencing agreement to no upfront jail.
Mr. Rigel, is my understanding you're going to be pleading guilty to operating with a high BAC, second offense notice. That is a misdemeanor carrying a maximum penalty of up to 1 year in the Washington County Jail and or $1,000 fine plus court costs, and also to count 2, operating with license suspended, revoked, or denied. That is a misdemeanor carrying maximum penalty of 93 days and or $500 fine plus court costs. In exchange for that, the prosecutor has agreed that there would be no upfront jail, and I will follow that sentence agreement. Is that what you're choosing to do, Mr. Rigel?
Yes.
Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to go over some rights that you have that you're going to be giving up by entering into this plea. Please stop me if you have any questions or if you need to speak with your attorney again. You have the right to have a trial by a jury, at which time you can call witnesses to speak for you. You can get an order signed by this court to require that the witnesses come. You have the right to see, hear, and question any and all witnesses that are called against you. And you have the right to be a witness for yourself, or you could choose to remain silent. If you do choose to remain silent, the prosecutor cannot comment on that. In addition to that, you have the right to be presumed innocent unless proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Do you understand those rights, sir?
Yes.
Do you understand you're going to be giving up all those rights and there's not going to be a trial of any sort?
Yes.
And do you also understand that there's no automatic right to appeal this decision. So the decision you're making today, in all likelihood, is going to stick with you.
Yes.
And if you were on probation, parole, or bond, when these offenses took place on November 12th, 2023, you could still be in violation of those probation, parole, or bonds. Were you on any that you're still on from that time?
Yes. Probation.
And you've had a chance to talk to your attorney about that?
I reached out several times through email with no response. I was told that's the only way I could get in contact with Ms. Settles, and I have not gotten a response.
Your Honor, I believe Mr. Rizal is referring to his probation agent, not his attorney.
Yes, I understand, but he's
Oh,
still
I'm sorry. Yes.
he's still
Yeah,
saying
yeah, I was a friend of my probation.
yes, I'm aware.
Sorry.
I'm aware of who
Okay.
Ms. I am aware of who Ms. Settles is, and I understand that you were referring to your probation agent, but the problem is still the same. Given that you haven't had a chance to speak to your probation agent, do you still want to move forward with this plea today, sir?
Yes, I do.
All right. Understanding that there may be those potential consequences, you're choosing to move forward with the plea today. Finally, sir, if you're not a U.S. citizen, you could have immigration consequences. Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. To the charges of operating with a high BAC, second offense notice, and driving while license suspended, how do you plead, sir?
Guilty.
Has anyone promised you anything other than what we placed on the record to get you to plead guilty today?
No.
Is it threaten you in any way, shape, or form?
No.
All right. On November 12th, 2023, were you operating a motor vehicle at the vicinity of eastbound I-94 and Watsonville Road here in Ypsilanti Township, sir?
Yes.
And at the time you were operating a motor vehicle under the influence of alcohol?
Yes.
And have you been convicted previously of being under the influence of alcohol with a high BAC on
Yes.
or about, one second, what is the date? I don't see that. Okay, on about July 12th, 2023 in the 14th District Court. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is that the one you're on probation for right now?
Yes.
All right, that is probably going to be a violation. You understand that?
I understand.
And at the time you were operating that motor vehicle, were your license suspended, revoked, or denied?
Yes.
All right, Ms. McDuffie, was there a blood alcohol content test done? If so, what were the results?
There was, Your Honor. I have a blood result of 0.240.
Defense still stipulates.
Thank you. I find that there's a factual basis for the plea that has been willingly and knowingly made. Are you satisfied?
People are satisfied.
Defense is likewise satisfied, Your Honor.
Sentencing in this case will be on July 25th, 2024 at 10 a.m. So did you write down the phone number when I gave it out earlier? Seems like yesterday. Was earlier today, but we've been here too long. Were you here when we were here earlier this morning, sir, and write down the phone number?
Yes, I have the phone number.
All right, thank you. Please call them tomorrow after 9:00 a.m., okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Have a good day, sir.
Thank you. You too.
All right. The court will recall the matter of Mr. Grantham. 1 second. Case numbers 23 FB 1333 and 20S 3780001B.
Rachel McDuffie for the people.
Assistant Public Defender Dobby Lebo for Mr. Grantham. Mr. Grantham, can you state your name, sir?
Isaiah Grantham.
Thank you. All right. Are we able to move forward at this time, Mr. Lebo?
We are, Your Honor. I did have a discussion with Mr. Grantham, and he did provide me with the information that he was born in this country, as were his parents in Michigan, and that he is in fact a citizen.
All right, thank you. All right. Let me get back to the place I need to be 1 second. To the charge of operating while license suspended, revoked, or denied, and state identification card counterfeit forged in your possession. How do you plead, sir?
Guilty.
Anyone promise you anything that we have not placed on the record today to get you to plead guilty, and you're still under oath, okay, sir?
No.
Anyone threaten? It's okay, but no one promised you anything, correct?
No one promised me.
All right, thank you. And sir, anyone threatening you in any way, shape, or form?
No.
All right. On or about November 19th, 2022, were you at the vicinity of Michigan Avenue, Oak Grove here in Ypsilanti Township?
Yes.
And at the time you were there, were you operating a motor vehicle on the highway at that time, sir?
Yes.
And your license were suspended, revoked, or denied?
Yes.
Which one?
Suspended.
Thank you. And you had on your person a personal identification card? Or
Yes.
some other kind of ID that was forged?
Correct.
What did you have?
An ID.
In what way was it forged?
I was just had my face on it.
But it wasn't yours?
Right.
All right, thank you. I find that there's a factual basis for the plea that's been willingly and knowingly made. Are you satisfied, Ms. McDuffie?
People are satisfied.
Defense is likewise satisfied, Your Honor.
All right, sentencing in this case will be on July 11th, 2024.
Your Honor, if we could request immediate sentencing given the sentencing agreement.
Okay. Any objection, Ms. McDuffie?
No objection.
All right. Anything you want to say, Mr. Lebo?
No, Your Honor, I would ask that Mr. Grantham not be required to begin the sentence until the 26th when he plans to turn himself in. That is the 26th, correct, Mr. Grantham?
27.
27th, my apologies.
Thank you. Anything from you, Ms. McDuffie?
Nothing from the people, Your Honor.
All right. Anything from you, Mr. Grantham?
No.
All right. Mr. Lebo, remind me of what the sentence is, please.
Your Honor, we have a sentencing agreement to 10 months in the Washington County Jail, which will be concurrent with case 21FB1868, as well as a Wayne County matter.
21FB868?
1868, Your Honor.
1868. All right. Thank you. FH?
Yes.
FY, Your Honor.
FY? Okay. Thank you. All right. So you're sentenced to 10 months in the Washington County Jail concurrent with the 21FB1868 FY. Sentences to begin on June 27th, 2024. Prior to 8 a.m., you need to turn yourself in.
Okay.
Fines and costs are waived.
Your Honor, Mr. Grantham could have until, I believe, his circuit court appearance at 1:30 to turn himself in.
I'm just gonna make it by June 28th at prior to 8 a.m. And then that way we don't have to worry about it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. You're all set, sir. Have a good day.
Thank you too.
Oh, we do have a ticket. Failure to display a license. He still, did he leave? Sorry. Yes. Not about the ticket. You need to get him back. Because I don't think he pled to that. He posted a bond on that one. I don't think he needs to do jail time. I would just give him credit. I would just apply the bond.
I'll give him a call, Your Honor.
Thank you. State of Michigan versus Willie Lanier, case number 24F00049.
Rachel McDuffie for the people.
Except Mr. Lebo's case. Mr. Lebo, is Lanier yours?
I'm sorry, that is my case. Someone just came to the door. Assistant Public Defender Allison Mueller here on behalf of Willie Lanier. Mr. Lanier, can you state your name?
Willie Lanier.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Lanier. We're here for pretrial in this matter.
Yes, Your Honor, and I know, I believe last pretrial you said on the record what all is outstanding. So Mr. Lanier is aware of that, confirmed. He said he's still working on it. Given the payments that are outstanding for adjournment to see what progress he makes in the meantime.
Ms. McDuffie, any objection?
I could only make out part of that, but I assume it's in the critical adjournment, so no objection.
Pretrial is adjourned to August 8th, 2024 at 9 a.m. Bond is continued. This is likely going to be the last adjournment. He doesn't have a lot to work on, so he should be able to get this done. All right, Mr. Lanier.
All right, I heard you. No problem.
Thank you. Have a good day, sir.
Thanks.
State of Michigan versus Jacob Murulak, case number 17-00543.
Rachel McDuffie for the people.
We have a Mr. Raleigh.
Thank you. Hello, Mr. Tank. We didn't catch your name. I don't think it came through.
I apologize. Craig Tank, and I appear on behalf of Mr. Jacob Raleigh.
Thank you so much. Mr. Morales, please state your name.
Jacob Morales.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I need to arraign, let me see, is that correct? Mr. Morales on a violation of his probation with a violation report dated May 22nd, 2024. Do you have a copy of that, Mr. Tank?
I believe that I do, Your Honor.
I don't even know where to begin with the number of late testings that have been done. One moment. Let's just go back to February, after February 8th when we were here last. Yes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39. 39 late tests since that time.
Your Honor is
No response just yet. Your client is entitled to have a hearing on these matters, at which time, if it is shown that this is true, he could be subjected to having his probation revoked and him being sentenced to 93 days in the Washington County Jail. In addition to that, he has failed to enroll in or attend the ABR program as ordered, it appears. So, Mr. Tank, would your client like to have a hearing, or does he waive his right to have a hearing in these matters?
Your Honor, I think that after reading the report based upon the violation that was sent in, I think we'd would like to have a hearing if we could to present some evidence. And there are some additional things that I'd like to present relevant to the testing issue.
Your Honor, if I may.
Ma'am.
I have just requested, I actually don't have the SoberLink report. Agent Johnson is sending it to me right now. So I only had her overall report for court today. So I wanted to get a chance to look at that myself, but I also wanted to just advise Mr. Tank. In this court, there is a major difference between admitting to a violation with an explanation and presenting supporting information and holding a hearing, which is an assertion that what is alleged did not in fact happen. And if it is late tests that are being alleged here and he holds a hearing, the purpose of that hearing is going to be that he tested on time every time and that there are no late tests versus an admission, yes, they were late, but let me explain why. The outcome of holding a hearing when there isn't really a defense and there's an admission built into the hearing itself is usually not great for the defendant because it's a remand, essentially. So given that, I just wanted to make sure Mr. Tank was aware of that before he elects to hold a hearing versus potentially requesting an adjournment. If that's an option, I don't know if it is, but instead of jumping straight to the hearing stage.
I would request an adjournment if we could. And the reason that I was contemplating asking for the hearing to begin with was because the report that was filed by probation seemed to contemplate a remand to begin. And so we could have an adjournment to present these things. Also, just so the court realizes, I was actually at the court today. And the reason for my arrival out there is that there's money that was owed relevant to the probation. And I have that money in my trust account, intended to pay it. However, the electronic form of payment that I have is not suitable. So I left the court. I'm parked here off Rawsonville Road where I was going to get a check and then come back to the court here at some point in time to send that in. So hopefully that mitigates as it relates to that component or violation of what's been talked about relevant to the probation. So yes, I think that there would be a fitting responsibility, but we'd ask for a different sentence state if we could. There's also another reason I think that is worth noting. Because of the pendant case or the other case that Mr. Moralik has going on in Wayne County, he was incarcerated for a pretty substantial period of time. And as I understand, while the case was pending itself, Mr. Moralik also apparently had contact with the complaining witness, which resulted in a remand. And I'd like to get the computation of those days to be able to present them to the court relevant to the amount of time credit that he has and the other factors before there's a sentence imposed.
I'm going to adjourn the VLP in this case too. Are you here available on July 11th, Mr. Tank?
I think that I am. Let me just look here real quick. I am available on July the 11th.
July 11th, 2024, 11 a.m. in person. You can let me know then whether he wants to plead and provide the explanation and providing the mitigating documentation in the interim time period.
You know, that I can say right now, that is what will be happening. Is just we'll be articulating or him indicating that he is in fact responsible and guilty of the probation violation, and then presenting any mitigating factors that exist at that point in time. And I thank you for accommodating us.
Thank you. Kiara Bond is continuing.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
You too.
State of Michigan versus George Tennyson, 23S 414670 A, B, and C.
Rachel McDuffie for the people.
Assistant Public Defender Davie Lebo for Mr. Tennyson. Mr. Tennyson, could you state your name, sir?
I don't know. Apparently, Mr. Tennyson in the jail left. We'll pass this matter. Great day.
We don't want to wake up Mr. Pate.
All right, let's call Mr. Cortez Campbell again.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know. Oh, wait. Okay. All right, the court will recall the court against Campbell matters, case numbers 23S00545, 16S00749, 19W 006566, and 23W002160.
Rachel McDuffie for the people.
Assistant Public Defender Allison Mueller here on behalf of Cortez Campbell. Mr. Campbell, can you say your name again, please?
Cortez Campbell.
Thank you. All right. Ms. Mo, I believe you were talking to your client about the next steps in today's hearing. What would your client like to do, please?
Yes, Your Honor, we discussed the offer again and what that means and entails. Mr. Campbell does want to accept the offer. I also spoke to him about what he meant by the $400, and he was referring to some of the costs that he incurred relating to this offense, including the impound fees and the towing expenses, which I think he indicated or he believes were around $400. So I told Mr. Campbell, while the court can't, in any way reimburse him for these expenses, we can make that argument as far as sentencing if the court would just consider the expenses he already incurred as relating to this. And if there's anything waivable or reducible, we would ask for that.
I'll consider that. All right, Mr. Campbell, it's my understanding you're going to be pleading guilty to no operator's license on person in case number, case number 23S00545. That is going to be an added count 4, and that you would also be pleading to count 3 of alcohol open container in a motor vehicle. Counts 1 and 2 would be dismissed. That's the driving while license suspended and the no insurance. Both of those would be dismissed. Is that your understanding of the agreement, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
You say yes, ma'am?
Yeah, yes.
All right, thank you. You may lower your hand. All right, sir, I'm going to go over some rights that you have that you're going to be giving up. I'm sure you've heard them at least 6 or 7 times already this morning, but I have to say them again to you. You have the right to have a trial by a jury, at which time you can call witnesses to speak for you. You can get an order signed by this court to require those witnesses come to court. You have the right to see, hear, and question any and all witnesses that are called against you. You have the right to be a witness for yourself, or you can choose to remain silent. If you chose to remain silent, the prosecutor could comment on that. You have the right to be presumed innocent unless proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Do you understand those rights, sir? We're going to turn his video off so we can see if we can capture what he's being said.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. All right, and you're going to not, so when you make this decision today, in all likelihood, Mr. Campbell, this is the decision that is going to stick with you, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
And then if you were on probation, parole, or bond when you committed these offenses, if it's not to me, you could be in violation of those probation, paroles, or bonds. And this happened on May 11th of 2023. Were you on any probation, parole, or bond then?
No, ma'am.
All right. And then finally, if you're not a U.S. citizen, you could have immigration consequences. Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes. Yes.
To the charge of no operator's license on person and open and tax in a motor vehicle. How do you plead?
I was traveling. But yes.
Is that a guilty?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Has anyone promised you anything other than what we put on the record today to get you to plead guilty, Mr. Campbell?
No, ma'am.
Anyone threatening you in any way, shape, or form?
It was just one guy. But no. No, ma'am.
You're just being a comedian today, huh, Mr. Campbell?
I apologize. No, ma'am. I'm gonna miss y'all. It's been a long time.
All right, Mr. Campbell. On or about May 11th of 2023, were you operating a motor vehicle at the vicinity of 2143 Williams Ave in Ypsilanti Township, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
And at that time, sir, did you have an open container of alcohol in the vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have revoked license? Were they revoked, suspended, or denied?
Yes, ma'am.
Which one were they?
One of them. It was one of them.
You don't know which one?
No, ma'am.
I have that it was suspended if Ms. Muller.
I'm working on it.
Okay, it was, do you stipulate that it was suspended, Ms. Muller?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, I find that there's a factual basis for the pleas and willing and knowingly made. Are you satisfied?
People are satisfied, Your Honor.
Defense is satisfied as well.
All right, thank you. As to sentencing, I presume you're requesting immediate sentencing?
I am, Your Honor.
Anything you want to say on behalf? Thank you. Anything you want to say on behalf of your client?
Your Honor, I think Mr. Campbell's just working on things here, doing the best he can. And I think the only thing I would say about sentencing is what I already said. I think the court's aware of the facts here, but he did incur already expenses and has paid those. So if the court's willing to consider that, then we would just ask for low fines and costs on this matter.
Thank you, Ms. McDuffie.
Your Honor, I just want to tell Mr. Campbell to remember what I told him. His attorney was present then too. You keep doing your part and you'll be okay. Okay?
Yes, ma'am. You know I love y'all. I see y'all in a minute. I gotta pay y'all, so I see y'all.
Mr. Campbell, is there anything you want to say before sentencing, sir?
I love y'all. Y'all be great and keep doing what y'all doing. Hey, when y'all see me, just have some compassion.
All right, Mr. Campbell, your sentence in this particular case is going to be the state minimum fee. I believe that is $50. The arrest
25, Miss Washington.
the state minimum fee is $25.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Did you just
That's
make?
what I got. That's what I got. That's how I'm holding on.
Mr. Campbell might be referring to his minimum that the court set.
Oh no. Okay. No. Yeah, that's what his state minimum. That's what his minimum fee is to be paid every month. But the fines and costs in this case are a total of $50. Is what I'm saying.
Okay.
And all other fines and costs are waived. I've taken into consideration the $400 that he paid for the towing in this case.
Thanks, Your Honor.
Okay, so for Mr. Campbell, I will see you back here in 90 days if necessary, Mr. Campbell. Pay your $25 a month and then you don't have to come back, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I appreciate y'all.
All right, take care of yourself, Mr. Campbell.
I will. You too. Be safe.
You too.
Thank you, Miss Duff.
You're welcome. Take care,
And
Mr. Campbell.
Allison, I see you, girl.
Mr. Campbell.
All right.
I'm gonna move this up here so I can finish right now. Mr. Grantham, Dennis, Mr. Duff. Okay, who's the in person? Mr. Lebo, we're gonna handle in person at this point. Ms. Whitsett, are you able to come down and are you ready for her? You need to talk to her briefly.
I did speak to her, Your Honor, and I will be right down.
All right, thank you. We're gonna get set up to go into in person. For anybody online, right now would be the time. Ms. McDuffie, it'll be a brief moment. Ms. McDuffie, are you there?
I'm here.
All right. So the Polycom is not working. I don't think we can do this sentencing today.
Okay.
Did she arrange herself on the warrant and she set this up and did a walk-in? Okay. All right. What I'm gonna do is put this back on a Zoom hearing. If she goes out right now and gets on Zoom, I guess we could do it today unless there's some objection from the people.
Well, Your Honor, I don't, well, is Mr. Lebo in a, he's there in person, isn't he?
He's here, show a sheet, but you can't see anybody.
Okay. Okay. I guess that would depend on the outcome. I know that it was a long time ago when we started this sentencing and then we adjourned it because there was
but I was the one who had the issue.
Yeah.
The recommendation. I recall why.
And then we had the failures to appear and we didn't get the documentation and all of that. So I don't know how today's sentencing is going to end. I'm fine with her going out to the hallway.
Do you want to do your sentencing today from the hallway, ma'am, or would you prefer to be in the courtroom in person? Okay. All right. Why don't you go out into the hallway and Mr. Lebo can go back on his computer or sit next to her, however you want to do that. Or if she can come to the hall, she can come to your office with you if that. Okay. All right. We'll see you all in a minute. I'm going to pass this one and call something else in the interim time period. Mr. Grantham, oh, that's Mr. Lebo's too. Oh. The court will call the case of the state of Michigan versus Christina Smith, case number 22-00916. You can go ahead and go.
Unfortunately, deputy for the people.
Ms. Smith, please state your name.
Christina Smith.
Thank you. All right, we're here for a review today. Ms. Smith has completed her assessment at the Community Corrections Anger Management Program, and she does not fit the criteria for the program, is what they said. So she's compliant otherwise. We will do a review in 90 days. Ms. Smith, thank you for your patience today. It's been a very long day.
No problem.
See you on September 5th.
September 5th?
Yes, at 10 o'clock. If she is compliant, her presence can be waived. She may be eligible for discharge. Let's see, what was her? She had 18 months. Any objection to early discharge?
No objection, Your Honor.
Ms. Johnson, do you know when she becomes eligible for early discharge? Are you there, Ms. Johnson? I know everybody else is probably at work. So 18 months from September 23rd. I think she's eligible. It's about 9 months.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning again, Ms. Johnson. Is she eligible for early discharge?
Ms. Smith?
Yes, Ms. Smith.
Let me grab her file. I know that our system is down.
Oh, right. She got placed on probation on September 7th of 2023. I think that makes her eligible now.
What's her charge?
Aggravated.
Assault and battery.
Yes, she is eligible.
I thought it was aggravated.
Yes, it does say aggravated. But I think she would still be eligible.
She's still eligible.
All right. Any objection?
No objection.
All right. You're discharged from probation, ma'am. Take care of yourself. Did you
Thank
pay all
you.
have you paid your fines?
I can't hear you, Judge.
You paid all your fines and costs.
I'm still paying it now.
How much do you owe still?
I think it's like 18 still.
Yeah. Well, I'm not gonna early discharge until you pay that. So pay your fines and costs and can be discharged.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So otherwise I'll see you on September 5th.
Okay.
Okay. State of Michigan. Yes, you are.
Okay.
State of Michigan versus Lawrence Sharp, 22S00776.
Rachel McDuffie for the people.
Assistant Public Defender Sandra White on behalf of Lawrence Sharp.
Mr. Sharp, please state your name.
Oh, sorry. Lawrence Levi Sharp III.
Thank you. Mr. Sharp, you could be discharged if you just completed your community service.
Yes, I have. I've got 3 days right now, and my last 2 days are this weekend.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, it's just the way they have their. So they don't do it every weekend, so I kind of got screwed last month. But I'll have the last 2 done, and then I can send that. Who do I send that to? My probation officer.
Correct, Ms. Straw.
Okay.
August 8th at 10.
All right.
Complete the
Thank
community.
you.
You don't have to be here.
That's it.
Yes.
Have a good day.
You too. Bye-bye.
Thanks.
Mr. Lebo, are you there? I don't think that's true. I think that he.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm here with Ms. With Ms. Whitsett, and let me just take off my Zoom background so you can see her.
All right. Before you do that, I'm trying to do Grantham first.
Okay. Ms. Whitsett, could you step back for a second?
She can stay. It doesn't matter.
Oh.
State of Michigan versus Isaiah Grantham, case number 20S378001B.
Rachel McDuffie for the people.
Assistant Public Defender Davi Lebo from Mr. Grantham. Mr. Grantham.
Mr. Grantham, I apologize, sir. We didn't finish doing the plea on the other ticket, so I had to call you back, but it should be very quick, okay?
All right.
All right, sir. You are still on the oath, and you had already said you were gonna to plead to this, to the charge of failure to display a license. How do you plead, sir? On August 21st, 2020.
Guilty.
All right, and that is at the vicinity. Anyone promise you anything other than what we placed on the record regarding this one?
No.
Anyone threaten you?
No.
All right, and you were at westbound I-94 Huron Street on August 21st, and you were stopped by the police, and you did not have an operator's license on your person at that time?
Correct.
All right. Immediate sentencing, no objection. We've already done that before. Mr. Lebo, anything you want to say on behalf of your client?
No, Your Honor. Defense is satisfied with the plea.
Thank you. Ms. McDuffie?
No objection.
And satisfied?
Oh, yes, satisfied, Your Honor. I'm sorry.
All right. Anything you want to say with respect to sentencing? Ms. McDuffie?
No, nothing from the people, Your Honor.
All right. Fines and courts. Anything you want to say, sir?
To me, Your Honor?
Yes. Anything you want to say?
Oh, no.
All right. Fines and court costs in this case. So you're going to be doing jail time anyway. Not that I'm sentencing you, but someone else is. $100 fines and court costs. Your bond will be applied. Okay.
Okay.
You're all set. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Bye. State of Michigan versus Stephen Pate, 22S. I'm sorry, wrong one. State of Michigan versus Ebony Whitsett, 22FB 1342, as well as 23S424831A, B, and C.
Rachel McDuffie for the people.
Assistant Public Defender Davi Lebo with Ms. Whitsett, who is seated to my right in my office. Ms. Whitsett, could you state your name?
Ebony Whitsett.
Thank you. All right, we're here for sentencing in case number 22FB 1342 and show causes in the other matters.
Yes, Your Honor. With regard to sentencing, I've reviewed the report with Ms. Whitsett and have discussed the court's concerns with the recommendations of Ms. Whitsett. Ms. Whitsett does tell me that she now understands that she should not have taken these items, that if there's even a possibility something may have been wrongfully obtained, that she should in no situation have it in her possession, and she is prepared to state that due to the court today, and we do ask the court to accept the recommendation.
Thank you. Ms. McDuffie?
Your Honor, I honestly, my concerns were born of Ms. Whitsett's initial reaction, I think, at the first sentencing date that we had. If that has truly been resolved, then I don't think I have any for the case. I was a little bit taken aback to see the denial of this incident at that time. So if we move beyond that, then I'm good.
Thank you. Ms. Whitsett, what would you like to say at this point, ma'am?
Nothing, I'm just sorry for what happened. And I would just ask the court to give me another chance to do right.
When we were first here, your attitude was very different, and your attitude in the report was very different.
Okay.
Do you understand that the court takes this matter very seriously? Then it's a very serious situation, and it's more your response to that.
Yeah.
We'll follow the recommendation of the probation department in this case. It's the sentence of this court that you serve 365 days in the Washington County Jail. Credit for 2 days served. The balance of those days are suspended. You're on probation for 12 months. Fines and court costs in this particular case for a total of, is there restitution? I don't remember. It's been so long. Does it appear that there is? Fines and court costs in this case for a total of $625. $30 per month probation oversight fee. Leave a probation when we're directed, including any and all home visits. Make earnest efforts to maintain legitimate employment. Complete the MRT program. No assault or threatening behavior towards anyone. Submit to pay and be responsible for random drug and alcohol tests. None are being ordered at this time. No use or possession of alcohol, marijuana, or any other illegal drugs. No use or possession of any firearm components, ammunition, or other dangerous weapons, and no being in the presence of anyone. And we'll do a review in 60 days to determine whether you are compliant with those. You have speeding tickets, expired plates, and no proof of insurance that you're here for show causes on. And I don't think we're able to tell what the amounts outstanding are at this time. So the bond will be applied to your fines and costs in case number 22FB 1342. Do you need to set up a payment plan for the balance of your fines and costs, ma'am, on the other tickets?
Yes, ma'am.
How much can you pay per month?
Probably like $50.
You can pay 50?
Yeah.
Okay, $50 per month. On what day of the month, ma'am?
Probably the 3rd of each month.
I'll set you up with a payment plan for $50 on the 3rd of each month. We'll bring you back here on September the 5th to see if you're compliant with your probation. and whether you're making your fines and cost payments, okay? So I'll see you on September the 5th at
Yes, ma'am.
10 o'clock a.m. via Zoom.
Okay,
All right? Thank you, ma'am.
thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Are we ready on the George Tennyson matter? Like, okay, I'm gonna come back. Okay. State of Michigan versus Stephen Pate, 22S00368.
Rachel McDuffie for the people.
Assistant Public Defender Allison Mueller here on behalf of Stephen Pate. Mr. Pate, can you state your name, please?
Mr. Pate, we can't hear you, sir.
Mr. Stephen Pate.
Thank you, Mr. Pate.
Hi, Ms. Washington.
Hello, Mr. Pate. Mr.
Your Honor,
Pate,
oh, I'm sorry.
you're supposed to be on probation tomorrow. Tomorrow.
I know. I've been taking care of my court hearings in Novi
Okay.
and everything. And I
Don't
got
say,
I got a
don't say,
court date.
don't say anymore. Just don't say anymore at this point. I have to arraign you on the new probation violation. It is alleged that you committed the following technical probation violations: obtained a new criminal charges of trespass in Novi, Novi Police Report number 248571, and that there is an active bench warrant. I just heard you say you're taking care of that. That one is not the court's real concern. The real concern is the next one. You obtained new criminal charges of larceny from a person and I think it's larceny in a building. Isn't this supposed to be larceny in a building? Yes.
That would be the library.
Larceny in a building in Wixom. Police report number 24-6246. And there's a bench warrant active for that. Your client is entitled to have hearings on these matters, at which time, if it is shown that he violated the terms of his probation, he could serve the original maximum penalties in these cases. Ms. Mueller, now you can speak.
Thanks, Your Honor. I did speak with Mr. Pate and let him know. And of course, he knew about the new charges. And like he said, I believe he's taking care of them. I think his court dates in Novi are out to August. So I'm certain Mr. Pate doesn't want to have a hearing, but at this point, I'm not sure what the court would recommend if we should set this out at least until August to see a little bit further. I mean, I know he was eligible for discharge tomorrow, so I'm not sure if we're able to do that.
Can I see counsel in the breakout room? And probation, yes.
Well, I hope they don't give me jail time.
All right, the court's gonna pass the Stephen Pate matters. I'll recall those in a second. Court will call the Karamuti matters. Case numbers 23S00085, 18T10949, 19W001843, 22W004236B, and 23S00085.
Rachel McDuffie for the people.
Assistant Public Defender Sandra White on behalf of Kara Moody on the sentencing and the show cause, which I believe is 23S00085.
Thank you. We're here on show causes for all the matters except for the sentencing, which is the 23S00085. Ms. Moody, could you please state your name?
Tyra Moody.
Thank you, Ms. Moody.
You're welcome.
All right, so at the last hearing on May 2nd, Ms. Moody came to court and then she left prior to the sentencing. That was on May 2nd.
That is correct. Miss Moody, I guess, was out in her car. And then the court was closed. We did go look for her. She did attempt to contact me. I was not aware, but she was out in her car. She left the court, but she was still in the area. So she does apologize for that. The doors were locked. So she had went back out to her car, but she was waiting.
All right. Is there anything you'd like to say with respect to the PSI?
Yes, we did review the report. There are a few things, this is a recommendation or a few things that we would like to request of the court, if the court is ready.
We are.
She is asking for GPS tether can be removed. She is living in, I believe it's Wayne County now. Is that correct, Ms. Moody?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and if her testing can be also removed, she doesn't mind staying on the sober lane. But if the going in for testing can be removed, she has not had any positive tests, she doesn't believe. And also it states that the 12-step meetings to be done in person. She wants to know if she can do those online due to her work schedule and caring for her children. She does not want to violate and is unsure about getting there and doing them in person. And we also like to know if this is a case that will be eligible for early discharge should she get everything done.
Thank you. Ms. McDuffie.
So, Your Honor, I guess one thing at a time here. I'm concerned, as is, I think, the assessor, as is Agent Straub, and probably the court, about the fact that after everything we have gone through on this case and with Ms. Moody and all these violations and all of these, everything, that she's not really admitting that she has a substance abuse disorder, at least not anywhere close to where she actually is with it. And it was so early in this case that I was actually putting up red flags and trying to, catch the court, because at some of her earliest violations, she was able to set aside a warrant and was going to come in and get it cleared. And I had to make a personal appearance on that docket to fully inform everyone about how serious it actually was. And it was even at that time that she wanted to get her license back. She wanted to, keep going. And so I understand people need to continue to live their lives when they're dealing with substance abuse issues, but I don't know how much Ms. Moody appreciates how severe of an issue she actually has. Even today, I'm a little bit stunned to be at the sentencing, not only for her case itself, but for the bond violation that we had a whole hearing on. We're here for 2 sentencings today, if I'm not mistaken, to hear not the first thing out, but when is this over? Can I have early discharge? We haven't even started yet. And it's, I'm not 100% sure from the language that's in the PSI, but it sounded like, and again, I know that these are structured differently in different places, that the meetings that she has slowed and stopped attendance on might have already been virtual ones. Therefore, that is the reason for the requirement that they be in person. So I'm not clear. I don't have the actual records, which dates were missed, what format they were in when she missed them. But if it's the case that she was already appearing or supposed to have been appearing via Zoom, and that's what was falling off, I'm not sure how. It sounds like that's the reason for that, to ensure that she shows up. So I'm really worried here, and I feel like we're so far removed from the original case that is something that is not really getting a lot of focus on how we ended up here. And I think Ms. Moody probably knows this is not just about her. Obviously, you want her to be sober and to recover from this from this substance issue, but it's her, it's the children involved in this. It's her, it's the others on the road. It's 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 children on this complaint. 4 children in this car. This is a, 1 second, I just want to check this too. Yeah, this is a high BAC, a rather high one. It's there's so much to be concerned about here, and we finally made it here today with after ETGs, after SoberLink, after Scram, after a full hearing, and denials all the way up to trying to request a hair test and a polygraph for it. I am at least relieved to see at least that she hasn't had any violations since then. But I don't know what to say. I truly don't. I don't know what to say about the insight that's just absolutely, I would think that after all of this, Ms. Moody would be starting to get it, and that it doesn't look like that's the case.
Ms. Moody, what would you like to say?
I would like to say, like, in the beginning, I was like kind of in denial as far as my substance abuse and everything like that. It really took me to go to like the treatment facility. And that's when I realized I did have a problem. And then that's when I started acknowledging the things that I were doing and how it was affecting my children or whatnot. I'm sorry, I'm currently at the doctor's office getting my infusions. So when I came to terms with all of that, that's when it kind of like hit me, being in the treatment facility, where I was like getting to know me a little bit more as far as my triggers, as far as the substance abuse, and just working on my underlying issues. So that's what I've been doing ever since then. Still doing my outpatient. I do peer recovery coaching, and I haven't been drinking. And that was like the hardest thing for me, was not drinking at all. So now I don't even have the urge or anything to drink. I just want to move forward and take care of my children and refrain from substance abuse.
Thank you. Ms. Moody, I'm glad to hear you say you acknowledge that there was a problem or is a problem. Recovery is every day for the rest of your life. You don't just get over it like that. Any slip up puts you right back at the same place you were before, which is making you a danger to the community and a danger to your 4 children who were in a car that day that you were a .213. That's why we're here. That's how this all started. All right. You've had to go into jail. You've had to go into treatment. You've had hearings, just like Ms. McDuffie said, about all of this. I'm going to follow the recommendation with some modifications. The sentence is for both the violation as well as the regular sentence in this case. It's a sentence of this court that you serve 365 days in the Washington County Jail. You're going to get credit for the 42 that you've done. 323 are going to be suspended. I want you to focus on your recovery. So what I'm going to do is, in terms of community service, I'm going to cut that down to 7 days of community service. For a total of 56 hours. You are on probation for 18 months. Fines and court costs in this case for a total of $725. $30 per month of probation oversight fee. We need to have you do an assessment at Don Firm or the equivalent to give us an update on where you are with your treatment. It's good to hear that you're doing peer recovery support, but I need to have an assessor tell me that that's actually where you are. You'd attend the MAD Victim Impact Panel within 45 days of the sentence and provide a certificate of completion to the probation officer You need to sign a release of information to your, for your probation agent for any and all providers that you're using at this time. You're to report to probation monthly via the online reporting platform and meet with probation when and where directed, including any and all home visits. There's no use or possession of alcohol, marijuana, illegal drug paraphernalia, no being in the presence of anyone using those, or firearm components, ammunition, or other dangerous weapons. You're to drug and alcohol test 4 times per month and any other times as ordered by the court or probation.
It's great.
Yeah. You're to attend 12 meetings, 2 times per week. I do want those to be in person. And you also need to get a sponsor. We're going to do a review in 60 days to make sure that you're on track. We need that assessment done from Don Farm or whatever provider you want to have done. I need that by the time you come back here. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Your review will be on August 8th, 2024. And that's going to be at 10 a.m. You're going to come off the sober link at this time, but you will be testing for both drugs and or alcohol as they see fit during the interim time period. You can move that testing to someplace closer to you, since you say you've left this county, but you do need to test 4 times per month. Okay?
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. Will it be like random testing?
Yes, it will be.
Okay, because the only thing I have with that, the only problem that I have with that is I work Monday through Wednesday, and I work from 7:30 in the morning to 6 o'clock. And I just don't want to miss no testing. That's the only problem that I had.
And as I indicated, you can move it closer to you, but everybody gets a lunch break. So, Ms.
Your Honor.
Stroh?
Your Honor, there are testing locations in Wayne County that are open till I believe 7:30 at night. So that shouldn't be an issue.
All right, thank you. Please contact the probation department tomorrow to sign your probation contract. Ms. Moody, okay?
Okay, I'm sorry. One other question. Will I be removed from the GPS as well?
Yeah, the GPS tether is being taken off, correct, Ms. Stroud?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, Ms. Moody.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys.
Hopefully you really do have it together because we want to make sure that you're okay and your children are okay. Okay?
Yes, I appreciate you.
All right. Thank you. Take care of yourself.
You too.
As far as I forgot, you have 3 other tickets that you're on show cause for. Do you need to set up payment plans on those?
Yes.
How much can you pay per month? You got that great job that you just told me about.
Because I have to pay for my probation, correct, as well? And how much is that a month?
I don't know that. They'll figure that out with you. You want a $25 per month payment plan, man?
Yeah, I can do it.
Okay. On what day of the month? The 1st, 15th, 30th? What would you like?
I'll say probably like I'm just checking my calendar. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. I thought you said a number and I missed it.
We could do like the 7th of every month.
Monthly on the 7th of each month. What day did I say you're coming back? August 8th. That'll work out perfect. August 8th, 2024. You should have a couple payments made back by then. At 10 a.m. That's when I'll see you. Okay. All right, you're all set. Have a good day, ma'am. Okay.
Thank you. You as well.
Bye-bye. You heard that, Ms. Johnson? All right, thank you. All right, the court will recall the matters of George Tennyson, 23 S 414670 A, B, and C.
Rachel McDuffie for the people.
Assistant Public Defender Davi Leba on behalf of Mr. Tennyson. Mr. Tennyson, could you please unmute when able and state your name?
Mr. Tennyson, please get someone to unmute your device for you, please. Mr. Tennyson, can you please get someone to unmute your device for you?
Need somebody to unmute the device.
All right, please state your name, Mr. Tennyson.
George Walker, Tennessee.
Thank you. Mr. Tennyson's here for show causes in these matters.
You beat that man?
In case number 23 S 14670 A, that is a no operator's license on person, which is a criminal offense for which he can get credit. How long has he been in?
Since
Let me check that.
9th.
Since last night.
April 9th.
Oh, April 9th. Okay. Thank you. That's a big difference. Since April 9th.
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Tennyson recently entered a plea on that felony matter for the drug and felon possession of firearms case. He's up for sentencing today, actually, at 1:30 before, I think, Judge Slay. So I don't know what the sentence is going to be, but today is his date.
All right. All right, I'm gonna give him 45 days on the no ops credit time served unless there's an objection.
No objection.
No objection.
45 days, Washington County Jail. Credit time served. Fines and costs waived. The other two cases are civil infractions, so I can't give him jail time for those. I guess I want to wait to see what his sentence is. If he gets prison time, then I'll just waive all fines and costs. We'll see what happens. You say he's up for sentencing today?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, 1 second. Your Honor.
I'll bring him back on June 27th at 10 a.m. If he's not here, then you guys can let me know what the sentence was. If he's out, then I guess he'll come back on his own accord. All right, Mr. Tennyson, see you on June 27th.
I've been paying the $50 a month though.
You have been?
Yes.
Oh, we can't check it today because the system is down, so we can't.
And I told my daughter to keep paying it while I'm in here.
Oh, okay.
It's up
All
to
right.
date. It's up to date.
All right, thank you. And I just waived one of the entire cases. That was the one that had the 350 on it. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Take care of yourself, Mr. Tennyson.
Yes, ma'am. You're all right, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
State of Michigan versus John Stubbs, 19 F00638.
Rachel McDuffie for the people.
Assistant Public Defender Allison Mueller here on behalf of John Stubbs. Mr. Stubbs, can you state your name?
John Stubbs.
All right, Mr. Stubbs was arraigned on a violation of probation back on April 9th for failure to provide 12-step meeting attendance. And let's see, it looks like He was given 2 additional days of community service. He has those 2 days plus the 5 days that he still hasn't done, to my knowledge. Did we just lose Ms. Mueller?
I think it just said that she had left. Yeah. Awesome. I've been
Great
3
day.
hours took off on me.
She probably got kicked out. We're having a whole lot of
Technical difficulty.
there she is.
There
All
she
right.
is. Okay.
Okay.
Sorry about that. My internet, something's happening today. I don't know what's already been said, but I talked with Mr. Stubbs last night. He was honestly seemed surprised that he hadn't sent the proof. I think there was a mistake. He said he normally tries to do that now when he checks in with probation. He did send me the proofs, which I forwarded on to the court and probation. He has been going. So we apologize for the delay. I think the last update was April 28th. So he is slightly outside that month check-in obligation. I would ask the court not to follow it just because I think it was a technical error of him sending an email. It was in his draft box, the proof. So given that and that we are just here a week outside the month timeline, I would ask the court to give him this last chance to get the community service done and just know he knows he has to submit that once a month.
So we'll continue the probation. Anything from the prosecutor on that? All right, we'll continue the probation. See you in 90 days. Hopefully you've got that community service done, sir. Okay.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you very
All
much.
right.
Have a good day.
September 5th.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
He's like, I'm out. That's possible. All right. Who do we have next? Jasmine Patterson, 24S43389 A, B, and C.
Rachel McDuffie for the people.
Ms. Patterson is here. Ms. Patterson,
Hi,
please unmute, state your name, ma'am.
Jasmine Patterson.
And turn on your screen.
Your Honor, this is Mr. Lebo's case. I see he is trying to get on.
Senator W. before Ms.
Okay. He's having problems too. Okay.
I'm here.
All right. So we're here for a pre-hearing conference and a pre-trial on the opening talks.
That's correct, Your Honor. We do have a plea agreement today with the proposed COBS agreement.
All right.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Ms. Patterson's offer was to plead to the opening talks and select either one of the 2 civil infractions to plead to or admit responsibility to as well with the dismissal of the other. And Mr. Lebo, was that no open jail? Chris?
That was, however, there was also a proposed COBS agreement to, if any probation were to be recommended, that it be non-reporting.
Oh, yes. I told Mr. Lebo I didn't take a position on that. I did want her to at least be interviewed so we could get the full recommendation, but I wasn't making any specific agreements.
So which ones would she be pleading to?
I don't believe Ms. Patterson has a preference as to the civil infractions.
So you're saying you want me to choose?
Your Honor, could you remind me of what they are? I tried to take a look in J.
CCW with the BAC, high BAC or BAC between 0.02 and 0.07. And then the other one is a CCW failure to disclose to the first officer, I guess.
Your Honor, I believe these both have the same financial and CPL licensing penalties.
All right, ma'am. So, and then you want me to do a non-reporting probation? Is that what you're asking for the cops?
A COBS that if probation were to be recommended at the PSIR, that it be non-reporting.
Gotcha. And Ms. McDuffie is requesting the PSIR.
Yep, I just at least want her to be interviewed.
Okay.
I think a better way to frame the COBS would be a agreement that there will not be reporting probation. It's probably better phrasing.
Thank you. All right, I'll agree to that.
Thank you.
I've had her testing since May 2nd, at least anyway, and it looks like she was testing already.
Yes, Your Honor. At Ms. Patterson's previous appearance, she had been testing. She asked to go off the testing. The court ordered a one-time ETG. Afterwards, the testing would be discontinued.
All right. All right, ma'am, it's my understanding you're going to plead to open intox in a motor vehicle. That is, and you were the passenger. That is a misdemeanor carrying. Maximum penalty, is it a 90-day or a 93, Ms. McDuffie? Do you know?
For the open intox?
Yes.
I
90 got it. 90-day, $100 fine plus court costs. And then there's a civil infraction that you will be pleading to, which is CCW with the BAC between 0.02 and 0.07. And that would be fines and costs only. I'm not even sure if I'm not sure what that penalty is. And I'm sure that the prosecutor and the defense can tell me when we get there. So I hope they know by then. All right. Is that your understanding of the agreement?
Yes.
All right. Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You may lower your hand. All right, ma'am, I'm going to go with some rights that you have that you're going to be giving up by entering into this plea. Please stop me if you have any questions or if you feel like you need to speak with your attorney again, okay?
Okay.
You have the right to have a trial by a jury, at which time you can call witnesses to speak for you. You can get an order signed by this court to require those witnesses come to court. You have the right to see, hear, and question any and all witnesses that have been called against you, and you have the right to be a witness to for yourself. But you could choose to remain silent. If you chose to remain silent, then the prosecutor could not comment on that. And you have the right to be presumed innocent unless proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Do you understand those rights?
Yes.
You understand you're going to be giving up all those rights and there's not going to be a trial of any sort?
Yes.
All right. And do you also understand that if you enter into this plea, there's in all likelihood it's going to stick with you because there's no automatic right to appeal this decision?
Yes.
And do you also understand that if you're on probation, parole, or bond at the time that these offenses were committed, it could be a violation of those probations, paroles, or bonds? Were you on any on March 4th, March 5th of 2024?
No.
All right. And then finally, if you're not a U.S. citizen, you could have immigration consequences. Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes.
All right, thank you. To the charge of open intox in a motor vehicle as a passenger, how do you plead?
Guilty.
Anyone promise you anything other than what we just placed on the record to get you to plead guilty?
No.
Anyone threatening you in any way, shape, or form?
No.
All right, on March 5th, 2024, you were in a motor vehicle that was located at Michigan Ave and Prospect Road?
Yes.
You were the passenger and you had open intoxicating liquor in the vehicle?
Yes.
What'd you have?
It was a mixed drink.
You don't remember
I
what
think it was like Tito's and like juice or something like that.
Okay, all right, thank you. I find that there's a factual basis for the plea that's normally and normally made. Are you satisfied, Ms. McDuffie?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense is likewise satisfied, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, this matter will be, and as to the, at that same time, did you have a CCW on your person, ma'am?
Yes.
And there was a BAC in this case, Ms. McDuffie?
Yes, Your Honor. One moment.
What type of weapon did you have, ma'am?
It's called a Taurus. I think it's like a 9.
9, yeah. All right. Thank you.
We had a PBT of 0.08, Your Honor. If that's needed for the.
It is.
Okay.
Used to be late to the 0.08.
I do, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right. This matter will be referred for PSI. Sentencing in this case. Can I think I'm gonna put it on Tuesday. I think July 11th is, oh, you can't. All right, so we'll just fill up July 11th, 2024. It'll be another day like today, unfortunately, at 10 a.m.
Okay.
You you need to contact. Did you write down the phone number earlier? Have you been on here? No. All right, I'm gonna give you a phone number, okay? Please write this number down.
Okay.
73. Let me know when you're ready to go, man.
Okay, I'm ready.
734
Mm-hmm.
483
Mm-hmm.
7330.
I'm sorry, 483.
I'm sorry. I don't know what I just gave out. 7330. Okay, 7336. It's been a long day.
7336.
Correct. It's 6 at the end. I don't know whose number I gave you, but don't dial that first one.
Okay.
All right. Do we want to do the fines and costs on the other ticket today? What is that for the CCW with the BAC?
$100, Your Honor.
100?
Yes. And there's also a CPL suspension that I advised Ms. Patterson of.
$100 fines and costs on that one, ma'am. Okay.
Okay. What's this number for?
Call probation so that they can schedule a time for you to have a probation interview. Miss McDuffie wants you to be interviewed by the probation department so they can make a recommendation. Okay.
Okay.
You're all set, ma'am. I'll see you back here on July 11th.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. You have a good one.
Good day. You too. The other case, the B ticket is dismissed. Where is mine? I'm gonna recall the Pate matter. I'm gonna take a different way today. Wait for it to end. Well, maybe so. Later on. All right, the court will recall the case of the state of Michigan versus Stephen Pate, 22S00368.
Rachel McDuffie for the people.
Assistant Public Defender Allison Mueller here on behalf of Stephen Pate. Mr. Pate, can you state your name?
Mr. Stephen Pate.
All right. We had a breakout room on this case, at which time I was trying to figure out what I wanted to do with respect to this case. I was considering a discharge, just a simple discharge, but during that breakout session, we discovered there were additional violations that Mr. Pate may have engaged in. I'm going to arraign you on your next violation, sir. This violation alleges that in violation of the no assaultive behavior case on May 20, no assaultive behavior condition of your probation, on May 28th, 2024, you threw a can of Monster Energy drink at Ms. Drotar, and you were verbally yelling at her on May 21st and 22nd in front of the minor child, is the allegation. You're entitled to have a hearing in these matters, at which time, if it is found that you did violate, I actually believe this is a non-technical violation. So you could be subjected to the original maximum penalties. What would your client like to do?
Your Honor, I'm just realizing now that I should have requested to speak with Mr. Pate in a breakout room, but what I would suggest is if we could set this for a hearing. I don't know if we need one anyways for the new cases, and in the meantime, I can speak with Mr. Pate, and if we don't need a hearing on this new violation, then I will let everyone know very soon.
Anything from the people before I give us a hearing date for these?
Your Honor, I don't believe so. I thank Ms. Rotar for appearing on, within a few moments, of our breakout this last time. And I guess we'll be in touch, if we need to follow up for a future hearing date. I just asked Ms. Mulder to please let me know what his plans are, in terms of actually following through with the full hearing.
I will, absolutely.
July 11th, 2024 at 11 a.m. in person for Mr. Pate. We'll see everybody then. Please let the prosecutor know what you want to do, Ms. Mueller, prior to that date.
Yes, Your Honor. I'll let everyone know as soon as we figure that out. It should be well in advance of the hearing date.
Any witnesses and the prosecutor can appear on Zoom. State of Michigan versus Kenneth French, case number 23FB 2421, as well as 21S3885314.
Rachel McGuffey for people.
Assistant Public Defender Davi Liba for Mr. French. Mr. French, could you state your name, sir?
Mr. French, please hit *6 to unmute.
Kenneth French.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
We're here on a violation of probation today. Does your client request a hearing?
He is not requesting a hearing, Your Honor. He would like to plead guilty to the violation.
All right, Mr. French was arraigned on the violations before the magistrate on May 10th, 2024. The violations allege that Mr. French.
Yes.
One second. Paperwork is. Mr. French, in violation of the exclusion zone for GPS tether on May 9th, that he was in the exclusion zone and he was discharged from the anger management on April 17th. I believe since then he's also, and this should be added, left transitional housing.
Yes, I have.
Right. So that will be an added count that he left transitional housing. Sir,
No. I was in a recovery housing, and I completed the program at Home New Vision, and I decided to extend it, and I went out to Brighton to a recovery home for men, and I also did testing of DNA, and I also did community mental health out there as well.
We don't have any testing results. That is what the progress report says. But anyway, with respect to the,
Okay.
1 second, please. With respect to entering the exclusion zone, do you acknowledge you entered the exclusion zone on May 9th, 2024, sir?
Yes. I didn't know I was that close, but yes.
And you were also discharged from anger management on April 17th, 2024?
Yes.
All right. I find that there's a knowing will admission to those violations. Are you satisfied, Ms. McDuffie?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense is likewise satisfied, Your Honor.
All right. One moment, please. All right. Um, are, are we ready to proceed with sentencing?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Anything you want to say on behalf of your client?
I do want to say that Mr. French has told me that he understands he needs to reform his behavior, both generally and also within the anger management class. He tells me that he intends to do that. He intends to participate fully in all programming going forward. He has no objection to the proposed community service sentence, and he looks forward to completing that. I do want to note, with reference at the end of the report to Ms. Johnson, then Ms. French tells me that he had simply said hello to her at church and there was no inappropriate contact.
Well, the agent feels as though there was. Do you want to challenge that, Mr. Lebo?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. McDuffie.
Your Honor, I appreciate Mr. French admitting to the violations. Something that's really odd to me is that he would say the things that are reported here about being tortured, having to share his experiences and thoughts. Because if there is one thing Mr. French has consistently done since the first time I've ever seen him before in several different courts, he will share everything on his mind in extreme detail for a prolonged amount of time. And I have so many notes from the last time he was here. I was really appreciative that his attitude had changed. And he went on and on about how grateful he was and reassessing his behavior and his being accountable. And so I just can't even reconcile somebody who doesn't want to share with the extended amount of time that he gave us really being enthusiastic about sharing. I saw him arraigned on this warrant, and he, of course, wanted to explain the circumstances with the GPS tether violation and other things, but I've never seen Mr. French be able to stop talking, quite frankly. So I don't know what's going on there, but I know Mr. French still has a lot of work to do on himself and for the things that he's ordered to do and just generally. And I want him to keep working at it, but we seem like we're sliding back a bit. And I don't know if there's a trigger for that. I don't know if something else is causing him to kind of regress, but it looks like we were making some good progress. And then there's been some sort of breakdown here. So I don't know if that's about substances. I don't know I just don't know if something's untreated that needs to be otherwise mental health wise, if he's not engaging. Whatever it is, I just hope that we can pinpoint it and address it.
Mr. French, anything you want to say, sir?
Yes. Well, actually, I've been working home health care 6 to 6 every day, and then sometimes I don't have a relief on weekends, so it's been kind of complicated, but I've been maintaining and doing the best I can with what I got. I mean, I know there's more work to do, of course.
Mr. French, I'm going to follow the recommendation. It's a sentence of this
Okay.
course that you serve 5 days of community service in addition to what you were doing already. Any further violations of any sort will result in jail time for you. Do you understand that, Mr. French?
I do.
And what we're gonna do is do a review in this case on August 8th, 2024 at 10 a.m. I will set your improper display of a license to that same date too. You have that ticket that is still outstanding. Try to have that paid before you come back, okay?
Okay. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. I'll see you then, sir.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
State of Michigan versus Joshua Steinke, case number 23S00229.
Rachel McDuffie for the people.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Allison Mueller here on behalf of Joshua Steinke.
Mr. Steinke.
Hey, good morning, Your Honor. Afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Steinke. So, I need to arraign you on your new violation. It alleges that you missed drug testing on April 26th, April 30th, had a positive drug test for THC on May 2nd, missed a drug test on May 14th, missed a drug test on May 17th, and failed to provide updated aftercare info following the release from the Sacred Heart program. So those are all violations. At this point in time, sir, you could be sentenced to up to 5 days in the Washington County Jail. Actually, I think this is more than the first violation. Ms. Johnson, do you know how many violations? Let me see. I know there was at least one where you did some substantial time. No, I think you did the time up front, so that wasn't a violation.
I'm grabbing this file now, Your Honor. I believe he did the time up front.
Yeah, it was up front. He hasn't had a violation yet, so sir, you could serve up to 5 days in the Washington County Jail for these violations. Do you understand, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Ms. Mueller, what would your client like to do?
Yes, Your Honor, I had a chance to speak with Mr. Steinke about the violations. He does not want to contest them, so I believe, will be admitting to the violations. Is that correct, Mr. Steinke?
Yes, that's correct.
Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You may lower your hand. Is it true you missed drug testing on April 26th and April 10th and tested positive for THC on May 2nd?
Yes.
And then you missed test on May 14th and May 17th?
Yes.
And you failed to provide the appropriate updated aftercare info after your release from Sacred Heart. Is that correct?
I'm working on that.
But you haven't provided it yet?
Hasn't came in yet, no.
Thank you. I find that there's no and willing admission to the violation. Are you satisfied, Ms. McDuffie?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Mueller?
I'm satisfied as well, Your Honor.
Sir, you must drug test within 24 hours. Failure to test within 24 hours will result in a bench warrant issuing immediately. I'm going to schedule you to come in on June 27th, 2024 at 11 a.m. in person, so we can determine what your sentence should be. In the meantime, you need to get that assessment over to probation. Before then, you need to drug test as has been ordered and drug test within 24 hours. Do you understand, sir?
So you said coming in person on June 27th, or where do I go?
14B District Court. at 7200 South Huron River Drive, sir.
Okay. Trying to think here. Is that going to be an actual court case, or?
That's going to be your probation violation sentencing, Mr. Steinka. We can discuss it further if you want after court, if you have specific questions about what that means, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
Your Honor, and this is directed to Agent Johnson too. I know that we're still waiting on the labs to come back on that EMU police report. But did he actually get a violation for that though, pending those results, or are we're just waiting to get the full results?
I believe we did violate him on that.
Okay. I will reach back out to them and find out if there's any updates.
I don't see it in the file, at least.
I could double check it.
Okay, let's double check that before our next sentencing, okay?
Will do, Your Honor.
Thank you. We'll see you, sir, at your next court date.
Thank you.
Thank you. State of Michigan versus Charles Bartlett, case number 19-00515.
Rachel McDuffie for the people.
Hi, good afternoon, Charles Bartlett.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bartlett.
Good afternoon.
Is there a PD on this case yet or no? All right, Mr. Bartlett is going to need representation.
Your Honor, I can represent Mr. Bartlett today and going forward.
Mr. Bartlett, I am arraigning you on a new violation. It's dated June 3rd. It indicates that you failed to submit 12-step meeting sheets as ordered. Sir, you're entitled to have a hearing on that, at which time if it is shown that you did fail to your 12-step meeting test, then you could be sentenced to up to 5 days in the Washington County Jail. That is the recommendation at this time. I'm going to put you into a breakout room so you can talk to the attorney about this.
Okay.
State of Michigan versus Joel Gilly. Case number 23-00214.
Rachel McDuffie for the people.
Got it. I got it. Okay.
Assistant Public Defender Sandra White on behalf of Joel Gilly.
Joel Gilly.
Thank you. We're here for a pretrial today.
That's correct, Your Honor. So we confirmed at the last plea trial that Mr. Gilly had indeed met the requirements of his global plea offer, which would result in this case being dismissed entirely. We just set it over to this date for a final check and confirmation with regards to restitution. As far as I can see, there is not any response that Ms. Wilson was able to get the last time that she reached out regarding restitution. So I'm just trying to see if there's any more recent updates. She didn't have any response. So I don't believe that we have a request from people.
So this case may be dismissed.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Gilly, I guess your patience paid off. I know it's been a long day.
Waited, boss. It paid off.
All right, your case is now dismissed. You are all set. Take care of yourself, Mr.
Okay, thank you, Ms. White. Thank you, Judge Washington.
Take care of yourself, Mr. Gilly.
Okay. Okay.
State of Michigan versus Giselle Hernandez Zaldivar, case number 24-00060. Yeah.
Rachel McDuffie for the people. Is Mr. Cash still?
This is supposed to be what?
Mr. Cash, Attorney Cash.
Yeah, this is a private counsel. Neither the attorney. I think we had to call him last time. I'm not gonna call him every time he asks court.
Your Honor, I'll just check really quickly to see if he might be in PCCs right now, although, because the private attorneys are usually in this block later in the day. So I will just check, but he should have said
But he
something.
was scheduled for 9.
Oh, sorry. See, I'm trying to help. Let's see. Let's see.
I'm gonna do a show cause
Okay.
and pre-trial for June 27th, 2024 at 9 a.m. on discontinued. State of Michigan versus John Fleming, case number 23 FB 1311.
Reach me for the people.
Well, last time Mr. Fleming was here, he was supposed to just do community service and we could be done. But in the meantime, Mr. Fleming got a new criminal charge and got sentenced to 322 days in jail. Maybe that's where he is right now.
Oh, is it? Let me not, I don't want to say anything. I know there's a Fleming case that I've read about. I don't want to say too much more because that's the wrong person. Okay, nope, that's not the one I was thinking. I'm glad I didn't think of it.
Okay.
Different Fleming. Okay. But he's not in our jail. I don't know where he is.
I think he's probably in the, probation was revoked by the 55th District Court and he was sentenced to 322, wherever that is. Whatever county that.
That's Ingham County.
All right. Then that's probably where he is. Will you read him out for us?
Sure.
So we'll go with June 27th, 2024 at 10 a.m.
You said June 27th?
Correct.
Okay.
All right. All right, that's Campbell. That's Campbell. And that's Campbell. Those are just things I need to write on. So we're just waiting on Mr. Bartlett, and then we will be finally done with this docket. Oh. Which one? Oh, September 5th. As far as possible. All right, Mr. Bartlett is apparently having some connection issues. I'm going to recall the case of the state of Michigan versus Charles Bartlett. You do not need to place your appearances back on. I'm just going to adjourn this for in person. I'll put it over to the July 11th at 11 a.m. in person. If there is a request for a hearing on this, I think all you need is Ms. Straub. Ms. Straub, if you're present, can you tell me whether you're here on July 11th? She's not present.
There shouldn't be a hearing. I don't believe, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And Ms. Rob is at lunch at this time, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Okay. I'll set it for 11. We'll get to it when she's available. Okay, if we need a hearing.
I think, let me double check. I was able to speak with Mr. Bartlett. His connection just faded out at the end. He thought he'd send them. I think he just sent me proofs. I'm opening them now, but I'll send those to everyone right now.
All right, talk to Ms. Straub about that. Maybe we can get it worked out between now and then. All right,
Okay,
thank
sounds
you.
good.
Have a good day.